Okay, fine. Well, good morning and welcome. My name is Roberto Di Giulio, and I'm the CEO of Inception, a spin-off of the homonymous research project funded by European Commission. On behalf of all those who have collaborated in the realization of this event, I would like to thank the guests who accepted our invitation and all those who are following us in streaming. The idea of this work conference was born after another similar initiative organized in Italy in April during the lockdown. The teams of Inception and Ariadne, two projects funded by H2020 program, invited experts and scholars to discuss about the cultural heritage 3D digitization strategies, how those strategies could help and how they should change in the face of an event like the one we are experiencing and the consequences that may derive from it. After that initiative, we decided to widen debate on a European scale and to discuss with some of the most important players in the field of cultural heritage. We have asked for the support of the European Commission and an endorsement from the Ministry of Cultural Heritage of the country that first faced the ongoing crisis. Both accepted, and therefore I thank and ask to open the conference to Gail Kent, Director for Data of the DG Connect, and Antonio Pasquarecchia, Special Advisor of the Italian Minister of Cultural Heritage. Gail Kent is Director of the Data at the European Commission Directorate General for Communication Networks, Content Technology, or DG Connect in short. As Director for Data at DG Connect, she was closely involved in the recent digital and data strategies issued by the European Commission, but also in the Commission Communication, Tourism and Transport in 2020 and beyond, published earlier this month. So thank you, Gail Kent, and the floor is yours.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, good. Okay, so good morning from Luxembourg, and thank you for the introduction, Roberto, and for inviting me to open this event. I would like to thank in particular the organizers, Professors Roberto Di Giulio, Marco Medici, and Franco Nicolucci, for their initial suggestion to have this event and for all their work with the preparations. As you know, they have been involved in recent EU projects, Inception and Ariadne, both of which have made important contributions to advancing digital cultural heritage in Europe. I would also like to welcome all the speakers who will be contributing to the discussions this morning and everybody who is following us via the live stream. We are now getting closer, we hope, to exiting the health crisis and the lockdown that we have been living under for many weeks. But the economic consequences will take time to heal. This will be a long haul, and the world of tomorrow will look very different to that of yesterday. The EU has been mobilizing all available resources to respond quickly, forcefully, and in a coordinated fashion. Overall, Europe's collective response is well above 3 trillion euros, the most impressive in the world. The impact of the crisis has been very serious in the cultural heritage sector as well. It is one of the areas that involves physical visits and activities, of course, and virtually all cultural heritage venues and sites were closed for a number of weeks with significant loss of revenue. At the same time, the crisis has highlighted the vital role of digital technologies in such difficult conditions in all areas, including in the cultural heritage sector and other sectors that rely heavily on cultural heritage, such as tourism and the cultural and creative industries. The digital strategy the Commission adopted on the 19th of February has now gained new importance, unexpectedly. We have seen many cultural heritage institutions acting very effectively in making the most of the opportunities offered by digital technologies during the crisis, in particular through the use of virtual visits in various innovative formats, such as 3D models, 360-degree videos, or virtual reality experiences, and live and interactive online events and activities, such as this one. As you probably know, Project Inception has worked on developing 3D technologies and tools that enable the use and reuse of 3D digital cultural heritage in innovative new ways. And Project Ariadne has worked on integrating archaeological data infrastructures in Europe. Project Inception have made available a number of 3D models for everyone to explore. We have also added them to our cultural heritage at homepage we set up on the Europa website immediately after the start of the lockdown period. I have explored some of Project Inception's models, and they clearly demonstrate the potential for reuse in a new, innovative cultural heritage experience. I found it particularly interesting to zoom in and out of Pisa Cathedral or the Laurentian Library in Florence, or to fly over the Pompeii Forum. I can highly recommend exploring their work. I also showed it to my other half, who was extremely impressed with it. As the title of this event suggests, 3D cultural heritage can have a significant contribution to resilience, recovery, and sustainability, both in the Cultural Heritage Centre and in other important sectors such as tourism and the culture and creative industries. Cultural heritage content in 3D can provide the ultimate remote cultural heritage experience, engaging audiences in a way that no other format can. It can be reused for a very broad range of applications, including education, research, and of course, entertainment. During the crisis and the recovery period, it can be extremely valuable for applications in key economic sectors such as tourism and the cultural and creative industries as well. As you know, cultural tourism accounts for 40% of all tourism in the EU, and cultural heritage plays a major role in attracting visitors from Europe and beyond. Digitized cultural heritage can contribute significantly to that attraction. It gives us a taste of the experience from afar and can be a powerful source of motivation to revisit places we already know or discovers others that we have not seen yet. Remote experiences of lesser known places can also relieve some of the pressure in the most congested destinations and contribute to more sustainability in the cultural heritage and tourism sectors. I find it fascinating to think about and imagine all the possibilities that 3D can add to digital cultural heritage experiences. There are more and more places that offer virtual reality experiences. Some of them are museums, but there are also many small or medium-sized businesses. Some of them offer free roaming virtual reality experiences. They have special large rooms inside which you can move freely in any direction without being attached to a cord. The computer and the battery are both in a backpack connected to a virtual reality headset. It's an experience that combines digital and physical sensations. It's a combination that is not only very immersive, but also very engaging. You become so busy with what happens inside the virtual environment that you almost completely forget that your physical movement actually takes place in an empty room. I can remember moving through some corridors on a space station, and at some point I actually had the reaction to lean against one of the walls, forgetting, of course, that there wasn't any wall. It was just an instant, of course, but the feeling in that very short span of time was very powerful. For DG Connect, the 3D digitization of cultural heritage was already a priority before this crisis started. We all remember how Notre Dame in Flames last year emphasized the importance of documenting our tangible cultural heritage in 3D before disaster strikes or time takes its irreversible toll. Then later last year, the theft from the Green Vault in Dresden, the largest treasure collection in Europe and one of the oldest in the world, involved a different category of cultural heritage, but the lesson was the same. Had we made 3D models of those works of art, we would at least have been able to continue to admire them almost as if we still had them, and even make high fidelity replacement copies. The importance that the Commission and the Member States attach to 3D digital technologies for cultural heritage is clearly and strongly expressed in the 2019 Declaration of Cooperation on Advancing the Digitization of Cultural Heritage, signed so far by 27 European countries. The declaration called for pan-European efforts for comprehensive, holistic 3D documentation of Europe's cultural heritage artifacts, monuments, and sites. DG Connect will continue to invest in research, innovation and deployment in advanced digitization technologies for cultural heritage through the upcoming Horizon Europe and Digital Europe programs, which will start, as you know, next year in 2021. Given the urgency of digitizing tangible cultural heritage most at risk in Europe, we have proposed a special focus on 3D digitization. We will continue to strengthen Europeana as an enabler of digital transformation in the cultural heritage sector. The current crisis has again demonstrated the importance and value of our digital platform for cultural heritage. Europeana has been working very hard to support heritage professionals while continuing to bring European culture close to citizens online. Europeana will also be an integral part of the Commission's efforts to support tourism to enable all of Europe to benefit from a restful and above all safe tourism season gradually this summer and into the subsequent winter and beyond. In many countries, cultural heritage is a significant driver for tourism. It is important thus that the cultural heritage sector contributes to the overall recovery. On 15th of June, at the request of the European Commission, Europeana will launch its new campaign to support local tourism. A new page called Discovering Europe will showcase European cultural jewels and hidden gems. Europeana will also launch a tourism hub on its Europeana Pro platform to help heritage professionals connect with tourism. Therefore, I can hope that all of you act as multipliers of our social media campaign. Another key upcoming project is the establishment of a new European Competence Centre for the preservation and conservation of monuments and sites using new state-of-the-art digital technologies. It will have a special focus on 3D digitization, and we want it to become an important instrument in our policy on digital technologies for cultural heritage. At the same time, we have been supporting work aimed at advancing quality in 3D digitization of cultural heritage. We have just launched a tender procedure for a new study that will map parameters, formats, standards, benchmarks, methodologies, and guidelines for 3D digitization of tangible cultural heritage. With the member states, through the expert group of Digital Cultural Heritage and Europeana, we are also working on basic principles and tips for engaging in 3D digitization of tangible cultural heritage for cultural heritage professionals and institutions and other custodians. In this context, I have very much welcomed and supported the idea of organizing this European web conference on 3D digital cultural heritage for resilience, for recovery and for sustainability. I am particularly glad to see experts and professionals from the cultural heritage sector and other sectors from across Europe coming together to discuss this. The event will be a significant contribution to the ongoing efforts aimed at unleashing the full potential of such technologies to benefit our society and our economy as we emerge from this crisis and work on building a more sustainable tomorrow. I look forward to hearing this morning about how we can make full use of 3D digital technologies to support the recovery and establish a new vision for sustainable access to and understanding of our cultural heritage. I wish you all a very productive and informative morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gail. Thank you for coming. Thank you for your contribution. It is very important what you said about the next developments of research in this field. Now, as I said, we are honored to have the endorsement of the Ministry of Italian Minister of Cultural Heritage. So I give the floor to Antonia Pasquarecchia. This is the special advisor of the Italian Minister of Cultural Heritage. Please, Antonia.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everybody. I warmly thank Professor Nicolucci for the invitation, and I'm pleased to extend a warm greeting to all participants. The development of digital technologies for many years has accompanied the growth of cultural enjoyment. We can say that cultural content is adapted better than the others are to digital technologies and in particular to 3D technologies. It seems incredible, but only 20 years ago, most of the Italian museums and archaeological sites, archives, and most of the libraries did not have a website. Only thanks to the Minerva project, excellently coordinated by Rossella Caffo, our common friend, objective standards and guidelines, as well as good practices for the digitization of cultural contents, did spread across Europe. An important result of this work was the development of the cultural website quality principle. During the digital revolution in the last 20 years, two fundamental aspects emerged from the immense common European work. The quality of the contents, also with reference to the identity of the cultural subjects, above all the public one, and the accessibility for everyone. A few years later, the European Digital Library project started, which produced European, just mentioned by Gail. Based on the European Commission recommendation on the concept of digital library to understand in a very broad way. Italy has been one of the countries that has worked most actively in this direction and developed the awareness that the role of the institutions in this digital age is to populate the world of web and social media with content and quality, strengthen cultural specificity. It was the season of websites and portals, video content and virtual reality and augmented reality applications. So also we began to produce the cultural 3D applications. The debate continues to be very topical and Italy participates effectively. In fact, the Italian ministry is preparing contributing to the working draft just mentioned by Gail concerns the elaboration of basic principles for 3D digitization of tangible cultural heritage. The vast experience of almost 20 years has proved invaluable in the current phase of the emergency. Suddenly, it was no longer possible to travel to cities, visit places of culture, see exhibitions, go to the cinema or theater, not even go to the library or archive. Suddenly, all kinds of physical experiences of culture were stolen from us. There has been an immediate and immense transfer of content on the network, from all channels. The strength and weakness of the virtual world of knowledge and communication as manifested. We are talking about the strength because despite everything, we had remained connected and indeed the greatest amount of time available because the travel times zeroed has increased the amount of consumption. The weakness because virtual communication could not be a simple transposition from analog to digital world. It was necessary to redesign new content, new methods, and overall a new offer. There were also some critical issues inherent in the relationship between man and technology, therefore everything that pertains to the behaviors, to the psychology of individuals. All that in a context of physical segregations, which require the strong nerves to be managed rationally. Sometimes the virtual fruition alone can have also caused frustration. With the coordination of the head of the press office, the Italian ministry worked in two directions. On the one hand, simulating all cultural institutions, in particular museums and archaeological sites, to produce digital content very massively, to constitute a visible mass of impact on the web, which was not submerged by the exponential growth of web communication that occurred during the lockdown. In the other hand, to create virtual meeting places in which to bring these contents together in order to generate an offer that is recognizable for the quality and homogeneity. We have had many initiatives. Culture Never Stops is the new page of the minister the ministry website that allows to aggregate 46 sections: museums, books, cinema, music, education, and theater, the multiple virtual initiatives organized by public institutions, the world of entertainment, music, and audiovisual. Grand Virtual Tour is a digital journey along the entire peninsula. Every weekend since the start of the lockdown, MIBA has launched also the Are You Ready digital flash mob, with the aim of keeping the attention on cultural heritage alive and making it emerge in the flood of information on the pandemic. A digital journey in Italy to keep Italians in contact with the wonders of their territories by actively involving them online. The invitation, in fact, is to share their photographs of works of art, rooms of museum, archives and libraries, foyer and stages of theater, but also the images of landscapes and places of the heart along the national territory, retrieving recent shots or old photos. One of the two flash mob was Journey to Italy for an Italian Summer, frag a selection of advertising posters that made Italy famous in the world. This flash mob is focused in a real revival for very special holidays, even at slow tourism, routes to be taken by bicycle, on horseback, on a sailing boat, and on historic trains, dedicating oneself to that sweet and sustainable tourism, which, for different reasons still, will be fundamental to rediscover at this stage. The presence on social networks was intense. The ministry is present in particular on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. Some of cultural sites on institutes are also registered on TikTok. What have been the results of these intense activities? YouTube channel has grown a lot. In 3 months of the lockdown, 1.8 million views. Last week, we have had 35,000 to understand. 140,000 hours of use, 18 million impressions, average viewing time 4.5 minutes. It's very high viewing. The Politecnico di Milano, on behalf of MIBACT, carried out a study to monitor the online reputation of 100 Italian museums and places of culture in April 2020. 2 aspects are highlighted. The growing trend of online activity of Italian museums is confirmed. On 3 channels, the number of museum publications, as in March, doubled compared to before closing for COVID-19. Museums have not only posted more, museums have not only posted more, but have received positive feedback in the growth of followers. The average number of followers has been continuously growing since February on all social channels, overall on Instagram, which is characterized by the greater percentage increase in online followers. From February to March, a museum page obtained on average plus 7.2% and recorded a further 8.4% increase between March and April. The same we can see on Facebook and also on Twitter. We believe that the lockdown trend will settle on these levels because a new need for content and experiences emerged that are not alternative to in present use. The rediscovery of real visits to places of culture will not diminish this selective demand and needs. The results I have just mentioned demonstrate how investment in digitization and technology such as 3D is necessary to enrich the cultural offer in the face of growing demand. The common thread of all the products is quality, one of those characteristics that can only obtain with a great commitment, a great competence, and a great passion. And these characteristics are not lacking for operators in the cultural section. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Pasqualecchia. And I think we all are very impressive, very interested in, about the impressive activity that the ministry is carrying on. And but on the other hand, we know the special attention of this ministry to the digital strategies in Italy, especially now for facing this situation. So thank you again to Gaila, to Antonia Pasqualecchia. Thank you very much for participating. Before I give the floor to Rihanna Schwinninger-Ladach, who will open the first session, I would like to briefly outline the agenda of the conference. We will have 3 sessions focused respectively on the themes related to the 3 phases in which we want to analyze the role of the 3D digitization of cultural heritage. The first one is focused on resilience of the crisis of the CH sector. The second one is focused on recovery of the CH sector on the short-term scenario, and the third one is focused on the sustainability of CH on the long-term scenario. 3 different pairs of chairmen will coordinate the debate. So now is the time to give the floor to Rihanna Schwinninger-Ladach. Rihanna is the head of the unit dealing with digital for cultural heritage at DG Connect. The unit was also involved in the preparation of the recent European Commission communication on tourism and transport in 2020 and beyond, published earlier this month on aspects related to the contribution that cultural heritage can make. So please, Rihanna, you have the floor.
Thank you, Roberto. Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome from Luxembourg. I hope that all of you, wherever you are, you're all well. Thank you, first of all, Roberto, Marco Medici, and Franco Nicolucci for having initiated the idea of the web conference. And when we look at the numbers of people following by web streaming, we really see the keen interest for such forums. So really, that's a great idea. So before we go into the first panel, let me give you a quick introduction of the activities of my Directorate General and of my unit. Some of you already know what we are doing, so please bear with me 2 minutes. As we have many participants that we don't know, I think it's important for them to see how this conference fits within the priorities of the Commission and of my unit. So, as Roberto said, I'm from the DG, the Directorate General, responsible for communications, networks, content, and technology. So this gives you already the different dimensions that we are looking at. And my DG Connect, as we say it in short, focuses on all key digital technologies and application areas, all different areas that you can think of, and notably cultural heritage. And more broadly, our mandate is the development and the further enrichment of the digital single market, both from the digital economy and the digital society dimensions. And this, of course, includes cultural heritage and education that I will speak in just a minute. Marco, next slide, please. So my unit deals specifically with interactive technologies such as augmented reality and virtual reality, digital for culture, cultural heritage, and digital for education. So in all these areas, we have a mix of instrument, which is policy, funding programs, and cooperation with member states to advance these areas. And we look at different aspects in terms of connectivity, for instance, when it comes to education. We look into access when it comes both in terms of cultural heritage and education. And we look into how we can really transform experiences that is interactive technologies with AR, VR, but also when we speak about cultural heritage. So there are a lot of cross-cutting common themes and priorities we have in these 3 different domains. Next slide, please. Specifically in the area of cultural heritage, the broad themes that we have are digitization, online access, preservation and reuse, and of course, digital transformation, which is one of the big priorities that we have. And our work in this domain is based on a number of key instruments, which is a combination of policy actions, like, as I mentioned, funding programs like Horizon 2020 and the Connecting Europe facility, and very important, coordination and cooperation with member states. And it's really an important work for us, this joined up approach with member states. And for instance, one of our key flagship initiatives is Europeana, which is at the crossroads of these different instruments. As Gail mentioned, we have a special focus on 3D digitization, expressed both in the Declaration of Cooperation on Advancing the Digitization of Cultural Heritage, which was signed last year in April 2019, and in the plans of our future European Competence Center that Gail mentioned, that hopefully will kickstart in autumn. Next slide, please. In relation to digital technology, so there are, of course, as we both the speakers before me, as they mentioned, digital technologies have been vital in providing actions in response to the pandemic. And we have done, my DG and my unit have done it in a number of different areas, such as data, the use of AI and supercomputers to really crunch the data to better understand what this new novel virus is about in relation to treatment and also to forecasting to movements. The second aspect we have been working on is telecommunications. So you have heard really that in the beginning, the internet was saturated. So Commissioner Breton talked with big platforms to see how to reduce the quality, to be able to ensure a constant flow. There's a huge work as well done on online platforms and disinformation, because as you have heard, there's a lot of fake news going on. And this is a big challenge for us to debug and fight fake news. And the last pillar we've been working on is continue supporting activities online for remote learning, for enjoyment of cultural heritage. And here we have Europeana has done huge work to support cultural heritage institutions to be able to provide online content online and help them. And we have launched our own page, Cultural Heritage at Home, which showcases innovative projects and initiatives in the area of cultural heritage. So I really invite you to go and have a look at our homepage, Cultural Heritage at Home. So this is in a very short overview, the activities that we have been working on in general and more lately since the lockdown. And of course, we have also been working with important projects such as Inception and Ariadne to prepare conferences such as these, which really puts at the forefront the importance of digital technologies and notably 3D, to really see how we can take forward, how we can explore and harness the potential of 3D technologies for digital cultural heritage. So in a way, this conference fits very well with the priorities of the unit, which is really how which is to explore the different ways in which we can take full advantage of the potential of advanced technologies and specifically of 3D. And this brings me naturally to the kickstart of our first panel, which is about resilience, about 3D-based option when access is suspended or severely restricted. And it is a crucial aspect because the unexpected interruption has had a severe impact, both social and economic, on all sectors, as Gail mentioned. And this emphasizes how important digital technologies are. We had been using digital tools previously, but now we had to accelerate our online deliveries and our online way of accessing and enjoying cultural heritage. And this, in a way, paves the way for the full digitalization, for digital transformation. And this applies to cultural heritage, of course. So it is my pleasure today to co-chair this session with Roberto professor at the University of Ferrara and the coordinator of the project Inception, which is a fantastic project which shows really the value and the potential of 3D to capture our cultural heritage. With us, we have today in the first session a brilliant lineup of speakers. So I have Louise Haxthausen, Director of the UNESCO Liaison Office with the European Union in Brussels. We have Julia Pagel, the Secretary General of the Network of European Museum Organizations. I have Bogdan Sandrich, I hope I'm not mispronouncing your name, please let me know, Deputy Director at the National Heritage Institute of Romania. And we have Harry Verweijen, the Executive Director of the Europeana Foundation, in charge of operating Europeana, our platform for digital cultural heritage. So a very warm welcome to all of you, and thank you for being on this panel. So this session is how can we achieve digital change in the cultural heritage sector, about the lessons of the crisis, and about the role that 3D technologies can play in the digital transformation of the cultural heritage sector. Now, to introduce the topic in more detail, I will give the floor to Roberto to kickstart the discussion.
Thank you, Rihanna. Thank you very much. So, as Rihanna said, the first session focuses on resilience. The resilience that we can counteract a sudden interruption of access to cultural heritage sites, and the option offered by the 3D-based digital technology when access is suspended or severely restricted. The sudden suspension of access during this crisis took us by surprise and found us unprepared. No one could have imagined such a situation. The way in which we were used to access cultural heritage was not more available. The consequent unexpected interruption in tourist flows has had and continues to have a strong impact, with both social and economic implications. On the other hand, the possibility of working remotely, interacting using online communication tools, and digitally accessing a larger number of services made the lockdown less dramatic. Also, in the case of cultural heritage, the first reaction was to restore access to sites, places, museums, and artworks, as the advice of minister said. All of a sudden, we are figuring out the actual importance of digitization. It is a condition similar to that which happens when a place or monument becomes inaccessible because it has been damaged or destroyed, or when it is in extremely dangerous condition. Making our cultural heritage resilient means putting it in a position to resist when and what we can take it away from the community. The goal of 3D digitization of cultural heritage is not the creation of surrogates to replace what has become inaccessible or what has been lost. The goal is to add something to what we need to preserve and protect, not to replace it. Sometimes something makes a heritage site temporarily inaccessible. Today is the lockdown. Last year, in the case of Notre Dame, it was a fire. Bringing that site virtually back to accessibility is no different from what we do by keeping a school open with distance learning, for example. We do that for saving something we consider important. Do not interrupt lessons and keep a school open, even if temporarily, in a virtual way. Keeping a museum open by organizing the visit through virtual reality does not mean replacing one model of region with another one. It is rather a way of resisting. It's a way of making an institution or a common good, such a cultural heritage, resilient. Improving the resilience of cultural heritage goes beyond the problems of suspension of interruption of access. It is a wider and more complex problem. It has to do with the conservation and the safeguarding of cultural heritage. Often, access itself, if uncontrolled and excessive, is a risk to the conservation of fragile sites. I think that this experience we are still having in teaching is teaching us a lot. Is certainly showing us in what direction we need to work. We can also learn a lot from the initiatives with which the cultural heritage institution and the scientific community reacted to the first lockdown phase. I think it's very interesting to analyze and discuss the digital initiatives that have been taken. We can learn a lot about the role of digital resources can play for a change in access and enjoyment of cultural heritage. So the lesson we learned will help us to improve our strategies and guide our research in the right direction. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you, Roberto. So indeed, this is really, it's a natural transition to my first speaker, Louise Haxthausen, who is the director of the UNESCO Liaison Office with the European Union in Brussels. UNESCO, Louise, has a broad overview of the cultural heritage sector, not only in Europe, but around the world. So I would like to ask you to share with us what you think is, what your opinion about the role that digital resources can play in order to achieve change in the way we access, as Roberto said, and use cultural heritage, and from UNESCO's perspective and experience.
Thank you very much, Ariana, and good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be with you this morning. Thank you for inviting me to this conference. Pleasure. And for giving me the opportunity to present UNESCO's perspective on the question you just asked. Well, digital resources and the role they can play in changing cultural access and enjoyment is at the heart of the key questions that have come up in UNESCO's global consultations on the impact of COVID on the culture sector with a number of stakeholders. Since the onset of the crisis, UNESCO has engaged with ministers of culture in the world, regional organizations, development banks, cultural professionals through a movement called Vesilia that you have maybe heard about, to discuss the opportunities and challenges encountered by the culture sector in the context of this crisis. And it is also a question that UNESCO has been monitoring and will continue to monitor through what we call the Culture and COVID-19 Impact and Response Tracker, which is a weekly online brief that you can find on UNESCO's website. The tracker provides an overview of the immediate impact of the COVID crisis on the culture sector, together with concrete examples on how countries around the world are responding to the crisis, and in particular to the challenges of access to cultural heritage and culture in general during lockdown. So let me try to come up with a kind of condensed summary of what we are witnessing and some initial lessons learned for discussions today. Now, what we are witnessing is a spontaneous demand for cultural resources from the public and an overwhelming response from cultural actors. And I think this reality has highlighted the tremendous social impact of culture during crisis, the true power of culture to bring hope, to keep people and communities connected, to show and inspire solidarity at this particularly difficult moment. And we've been seeing institutional initiatives by museums, library, archives, heritage sites and cities, as well as by the European Commission, as you just mentioned, Rihanna. And UNESCO has also developed several initiatives like the Share Heritage hashtag to provide broad access to virtual visits and curated digital resources. We equally see community initiatives, notably around living heritage, its documentation, promotion and safeguarding, and how it can inspire us to live differently, more resiliently and sustainably during and after the COVID crisis. And we see a wide range of initiatives from high tech to low tech. And if we take a step back and try to derive some emerging trends from these initiatives, we see, firstly, a positive blurring of lines between professionals and audience, where everyone can take ownership of culture. A sort of rethinking of the dual approach, which we have maybe been a little bit stuck in, between access and enjoyment on the one hand and production of cultural content by specialists on the other. And rather than passive access and enjoyment, we witness new initiatives of genuine cultural participation thanks to digital technologies. And we also notice that traditional divides between tangible and intangible cultural heritage, or between cultural heritage and cultural creation, appear somehow artificial. Cultural heritage digital resources become a source of inspiration for new creation, often co-creation, and an opportunity to rethink the future, that is, the world after COVID, taking into account the past. So all these are very, I think, inspiring initiatives that we should keep in mind as we support and develop digital technology for the future. But I think we're also learning a number of a little bit tough lessons and seeing some challenges. And I would like to focus on three. First challenge is the fact that the digital divide continues to challenge diversity of content and engagement in the digital sphere of those who have limited technical capacities. And here I'm particularly thinking, but not exclusively, of countries outside Europe. If this situation is not addressed, there's a risk of creating further inequality in terms of access to culture. Indeed, to what extent have digital initiatives that we have seen emerging reached out to the most vulnerable communities, to minorities, to refugees, to migrants, for instance? And to what extent have they contributed to protect from the loss of heritage most at risk? Here I'm thinking both of tangible and intangible cultural heritage. So I think this invites us to think about inclusion and diversity of content in digital production. And here we have an opportunity to rethink a balance between quantitative action, massive digitization versus quality. And to, in that thinking, give priority to addressing the fragility of transmission of culture within vulnerable communities affected by crisis. So today we're talking about the COVID, but we know that this applies to all types of crises, conflicts, natural disasters, etc. And also to addressing the risk of loss of cultural heritage that occurs during crisis, either because sites are neglected, sites and museum becomes at risk, at increased risk of looting, as we have seen both in Europe and beyond, as there's no more any physical presence or very limited physical presence at these sites or museums. Now, to avoid that the digital divide leads to further inequalities in terms of access and protection, there is a need to strengthen and develop digital initiatives focusing on culture at risk. I think this was already mentioned before, and it's something that we at UNESCO very much emphasize. And on enabling vulnerable communities genuine participation in such initiatives. Now, a second lesson learned is that experiencing culture virtually does not replace live experiences. And that also was mentioned, I think, both by you, Reana, and you, Roberto. Yesterday, the French newspaper Le Monde organized an interesting blog on culture during lockdown. And on the one hand, participants in this blog expressed a wide appreciation of the access to access for free to a large amount of digital content that is being provided online. But on the other hand, many also stressed a longing for the unique social interaction that live cultural experiences bring. And I think this invites us to think about how we can better connect physical and virtual experiences in the future. This I think is particularly interesting in the context of what is now being developed by Europeana and others in relation to cultural tourism, and would be something interesting to engage in with museums, with cultural heritage sites, as well as the private sector, and particularly small and medium enterprises engaged in digital technology. A third and last challenge or lessons learned is how the COVID crisis and turning to digital resources in such a abrupt manner has affected the cultural profession and the heritage profession. Early May, UNESCO released a new report named Freedom and Creativity, Defending Art, Defending Diversity. And this report addressed this issue and pointed to the dual relationship between digital transformation and culture. On the one hand, again, the many opportunities created in terms of exposure of cultural resources to a broad public, but on the other, the risk of loss of ownership and income for cultural professions, heritage professions, but also creative professions more broadly. And this, I think, invites us to think about the sustainability of digital initiatives. And I know this is going to be addressed more in depth in the next sections, including in economic terms, and how we can develop innovative and viable business models for the creative industries in particular, notably through public-private partnerships between heritage institutions and tech startups. And I'm very happy to see that we have a combination of all these actors in today's conference. So I'm sure we'll find some interesting, if not solutions, but beginning of answers to these questions. So thank you. Thanks a lot for giving me the floor and this opportunity to share these thoughts with you.
Thank you, Louise. So you mentioned some of the trends. So now it would be really interesting to see how, from the museum's perspective, museums that have been some of the most affected cultural heritage institutions during this lockdown, and they were closed for an extensive period of time, and it might take some time to get back the visitors. So it would be really now, it is interesting to see from the museum's perspective what these trends are telling us. And now I turn to the Secretary General of the Network of European Museum Organization, NEMO. So hello, Julia.
Hello.
So Julia, you have been following these aspects very closely. And I would like to ask you to tell us more, to share with us about how the cultural heritage community and particularly the museums have reacted to the first phase of the crisis. What kind of initiatives did they take and which ones were successful beyond the current crisis? Would be successful.
Thank you, Rihanna, and good morning to everybody from Berlin. It's funny to sit in your own home and just meet virtually. So, as you might know, this is maybe take the PowerPoint back for a second. This will come a bit later. I'll just give you an overview about this survey that we have done during the crisis. Actually, the crisis is still on. We all know that. Our survey went from the 24th of March to the 30th of April, so a good 6 weeks, in which nearly all museums in Europe and worldwide actually were closed. The findings of the survey reflect that next to the impacts on the museum budgets, which I will have to make a short reference to, although this doesn't really connect to the digital aspect, but I think it's very important, that there are digital opportunities, and you've all mentioned it before, for museums to reach new audiences and to increase their digital visibility and really take this opportunity. So, very short overview of the survey findings. When we look at the impact on the income now And also in the future, this is also something that you were saying, 3 out of 5 museums lose an average of over 20,000 euro a week. And while some museums haven't found their budgets much impacted, other museums, especially the ones in touristic regions, lose 75 to 80% of their budget, of their income weekly. And the big museums, Rijksmuseum, Stedelijk Museum, lose over hundreds of thousands of euros of income per week. So this is quite a lot. And this is the money that they use for new projects. So when you think about the agility of museums to reach out to community, this is what is going to happen in the future. There won't be the money to have extra projects to put into connecting to the audiences. And that is a big problem. So now when you look into the future, the museums will continue to be impacted by this crisis for a long time. I think OECD has a prediction of a global decrease of tourism by 50 to 70% until the end of 2020. So considering that cultural tourism accounts for 40% of all European tourism, and 4 out of 10 tourists choose their destination based on cultural offerings, that means that this is really a long-term dramatic decrease of income through tickets, shops, cafes, until the end of 2020, at least. So this is a bit grim side. On the more bright side, I think we were extremely pleased to see that museums were very quick in shifting their tasks to the current needs while they were shut down. 80% of all staff worked from home during the first weeks of the pandemic. And from day one, museums increased their digital office because they needed to find a way to connect to their communities now that the doors were closed. So the survey showed that museums are really, museums online are important online extensions and complements of physical museums, and that more engagement in digital activities from a museum results in more digital visitors. 4 out of 5 museums have increased their digital services to reach their new audiences, often by having staff to take over new tasks to cope with the circumstances, which I think is great news because museums are normally seen a bit the dinosaurs that are very stiff in their operations, but they were actually quite quick and agile to shift these new to shift to the new requirements. In the end, almost 50% of the museums in the survey stated that their museums is providing 1 or more digital new services now, which I also think is quite a good feedback. And 2 out of 5 museums reported an increase in online visits from 10 to 150%, which is an amazing number. And then we also asked them about the visitor behavior. So what are visitors most interested in? And I think this is now very interesting also for this conversation, because next to the social media, both educational and collections related material, including videos and films, were most popular with online audiences. So it's about the added value that you create around the object. So there is no competition between the real object and the virtual object. What the virtual can do is create an added value, and we have to be very clear about what that is. When I think about great initiatives, now I haven't looked into 3D initiatives because this requires a lot of resources and also a lot of knowledge within the museum. So I've had a look a bit at I think very nice initiatives that came up within the first 2 weeks after the public closure of museums. And now I would need the slides. At best. Roberto, I'm sorry. Yeah, wonderful. Thank you very much. So we've created on the NEMO website, we have created a best practice page of museums that have conducted great digital engagement and this is just a few examples that I would like to show you. So I'm doing a bit of a European tour here. So when you think about a European cultural tourism, this is the online version of it, probably. So in Italy, the Castello di Rivoli in Turin this museum had to close just after launching 3 new exhibitions. So it has released within the first 2 weeks digital tours and videos of each of the shows, featuring an introduction to the topic, artworks, and interviews with the artists, which I thought was also very interesting. Next slide, please. I have told you about this one already. In Spain, the Museo Thyssen-Bornemisza created an online tour of the temporary Rembrandt exhibition. You can zoom into each of the Rembrandt paintings. They have curators talks twice a day. And I chose this example because their digital visitors increased by 60 to up to 60% compared to the last year, which I think is amazing. Next slide, please. In Austria, the Belvedere Museum invited to join with short online tours accessible via Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook. And currently the museum's focus is presenting individual works of art, bringing to life one specific artwork every day at 3 p.m. Next slide, please. Then the Kunsthistorisches Museum in Austria had a great feature which allowed to take a look behind the scenes at X-ray images and backsides of works and other unknown details that you wouldn't see in the real exhibition. And in an interactive way, you can slip into the role of a superhero. It's very playful for children. A queen, or you can send a flower of bouquets to the one you love. So there are really specific stories available for kids too. Next slide, please. Then Sweden, the Moderna Museet offered guided tours at lunchtime. So the so-called sofa tours take place daily, live streamed at 12 noon on Instagram and Facebook pages. And if you miss the tour, you can also watch them again on Facebook. Next slide, please. And then I think this one is probably known by many of us, the Between Art and Quarantine hashtag, or Museum at Home hashtag, is the idea to reenact works of art from collections of different museums. People share their photos under the hashtags on the different social media channels. Museums that were involved was the Getty Museum in Los Angeles, Kunsthalle Bremen, Landesmuseum Hannover, and they will also exhibit those reenactment pictures after their reopening. And I think what was very interesting is that this initiative was by the most popular globally. And what the museums did is that they gave these pictures to the free curation of the people. And in the museum world, we have talked about co-creation and seething authority for a long time when it comes to connecting to communities, to connecting to new communities. So in the digital world, the same thing is happening. If you leave the stuff, the objects to the people, this is what happens. This was really a global movement. It was adopted by everyone. So I thought that was really nice. Maybe second last slide. Yeah, this is another one from the reenactment. Last slide, please. Oh, and another one, and now the last slide. Yeah, and I think what was also very interesting is that a lot of museums around the world understood very quickly that the Corona situation is something that will go into history books. So what they did is that they collected like the Museum of Europäischer Kultur and of Everyday Culture in Europe have started to collect impressions and thoughts during the Corona time. And this way they can document for future generations how Europeans felt when dealing with Corona through photos and impressions and thoughts. But this is just one of the many museums that did that. So again, this is just a few examples, and at the moment we see a lot of digital initiatives accompanying the reopening of museums. So we have national initiatives of museums saying, we are open again because we have to invite the visitors back to our museums. We are safe places. You find everything you need when you enter our rooms. They have prepared very well. We have an overview on our website about what the different national adoption measures are. So I'm actually really happy to see that this is going well, and that the museums, as one of the subsectors, are doing quite well within the crisis when it comes to reopening again and being available to the public. Yeah, and I don't know if you also had a question for me, and I would like to make a short reference to that, to the question about how to keep up the level of this digital wave that we've seen now after the corona situation is over. And I think when now the pandemic is far from over, and museums are slowly opening up again, but all of them have to adopt the safety measures. We have the global tourism decrease. We are looking at only a fraction of physical visitors in the future. So the digital museum offers will clearly maintain their importance beyond the crisis. And it also means a great opportunity for museums, because 82% of the Europeans are online daily, 70% or 75% in social media daily, but only 42% of the Europeans visited a museum at least once a year. So there's really room to make new friends. But this means also a heavy investment in an increase of digital formats and offers, and an investment in staff digital literacy. And this is what the big museums and some museums do very well. And a very large part is still at the very beginning. And maybe also as a note to the sector, to our side, the museums, is that this requires a will to transform the museum, that things digital across all services and all departments, investing in capacity building, as we just say, and invest in what makes the museums unique, which is the collections and their rich content. So these fun and engaging and creative digital offers are really what will be part of the digital future of museums. And when I think about it, I think we also have to think about new metrics of success away from visitor numbers to a broader assessment framework that includes digital extensions, that accommodates qualitative factors in the framework, that really reflects museum social and educational potential. At the moment, a successful museum is a museum that welcomes the most visitors. So this is not going to be the reality for a long time.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you very much for sharing these insights and the initiatives and best practices emerging from lockdown. And I agree with you. This is going to transform the way the cultural heritage institution will deliver, the experiences to citizens who have become, as Louise said and as you said, they have become this blurring between consuming and creating at the same time. So we have prosumers who are at the nexus of enjoying cultural heritage institutions and themselves recreating, reenacting. Thank you. So now I will turn to Bogdan Sandric, who is the Deputy Director at the National Heritage Institute of Romania, working directly with the cultural heritage institutions as they adapt to these new situations. Bogdan, what are for you the main lessons that you see from your experience in Romania that the cultural heritage community can or should learn from this recent lockdown experience?
Thank you. I will talk only to the Romanian situation, about only the Romanian situation, because I know very well. So first of all, a very short definition of what is here in Romania cultural heritage community. It includes museums, libraries, National Heritage Institute, research institutes of the Romanian Academy, NGOs, and so on. In fact, institutions who administrate, preserve, and disseminate different types of cultural heritage. But in my presentation, I will refer only to the museum situation during the state of emergency period. The state of emergency, the lockdown, lasted in Romania before March 16 up to May 14. So we just closed that period recently. All the museums were closed for the public and the majority of the employees work from home. But in 5 counties of the country, the local authorities decided to suspend all the museum activities and the staff was technically unemployed. So the museums were shut down. Because sometimes the authorities, in fact the bureaucrats, perceive the museums like galleries and not like institutions that undertake complex activities like collection, conservation, documentation, research, and exhibition of cultural heritage. And starting from here, it is very easy for some people to consider that closing exhibition is not such an important loss, and we can live, in fact, survive without them. So just before the state of emergency was declared in Romania, we, in fact, the Digital Heritage Department from Cultural Heritage Institute of Romania, decided to join the general concern of offering a therapeutic alternative to the period that was to begin. So, due to the fact that the people were forced to stay at home and presumably they had more times for cultural activities, on 13th of March, we relaunched our list of museums who have virtual tours for their exhibition and added a new one with museums that have 3D digital copies of the artifacts exhibited in online galleries, in fact, on Sketchfab platform. We had it since 2012, always updated, but the public didn't really engage. So we changed the colors, we made small modification of the design. We kept it very simple, and we relaunched it on our Facebook page in a very special moment of time. So we got a massive response from the public, especially in the first week, but also after the list got featured on TV news and on other blogs, websites about 2 weeks later. The visits on the website where the list was published jumped from around 20,000 visitors on 13th of March to over 90,000 visitors on 14th of March, in fact, in only one day. So the traffic gets high again after the TV promotion in 25th of March. On our Facebook announcement of the list, we had triple engagement from day one compared to other posts. The traffic then fluctuated with another high around the Easter holidays when people had more spare time to use. The list sent around 170,000 visitors to the virtual tours and 3D galleries of the listed museum in the last 2.5 months, showing a real interest of the public in a very, I repeat myself, in a very special moment of time. For a better understanding of the situation, I will show you just 4 images containing statistics provided by Google Analytics regarding the impact of the list of museum web page. So I will share my screen. So the situation in 2018 and 2019 was very simple. We have for these 2 years, those two years, we have around 5,000 page views. And that is the situation from March 2020 during the just before the beginning of the lockdown. And as you can see, we have 20,000, almost 20,000 page view on 13 March and more than 90,000 visitors on 14 March. The situation between the comparison between 2018, 2019, and 2020 show a huge difference in general interest for these virtual tours and 3D exhibition of the museums. And in the end, a sharp drop in interest manifested since April up to May when the lockdown was suspended. As you can see from more than 500,000 page views during the March, we have right now around 50,000 page views on the beginning of May month. So because the crisis is not yet ended, we cannot know exactly what the cultural heritage community could learn from the lockdown experience. But I can try to suggest some ideas, starting from the one shown above. As cynical as it might sound, the crisis has drawn attention to the cultural heritage, whose knowledge or visiting, sometimes postponed due to the lack of time, can be achieved during the lockdown. The interest for digitized cultural heritage is high, especially in the lockdown situation, when its only way to access it may be due to the fact that it is paradoxical, more easier to access it because it's digital and not physical. So 3D digitization or virtual tours has multiple benefits. So one of the benefits is increasing the audience by addressing to public from other region, not only to the people from the region where the museum is acting. Keep the museum open even when the exhibitions are closed. It is a form of promotion of the physical collection. It is what happens all the time here in Romania. If a museum publish a digital 3D copy of an object on a platform, more and more people are coming to the museum to see the original object. And finally, propose new ways to connect with public remotely. But in order to achieve the benefits mentioned above, and many more, the cultural heritage community must pass a first mandatory stage and has to quickly digitize all of their collection and permanently surprise its audience with new offers. Of course, that it means to change their ways of thinking and to accept that the rightful owner of the cultural heritage are the citizen. But unfortunately, that is another story. So thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Bogdan. Thanks a lot. Please transmit our congratulations to the museums who made those virtual tours available with the 3D copies, and we would be happy to disseminate that from our Culture at Home website. So that's really great to learn, and I hope this trend continues.
Yes, I hope so. Thank you.
Same here. So from one good initiative to another. So now I will turn to Harry Verweijen, the Executive Director of the Europeana Foundation. Harry, I'll try to find you on my screen because I don't see you. There, I found you.
I'm here.
All right. So you are the you're the Executive Director of the Europeana Foundation, and you're also the last speaker, which means that when we are running late, the last speaker has to catch up, unfortunately.
Yeah, I was aware of that. I was
I know you saw it coming. So this is just to say to you, a subliminal message that we are running 20 minutes late, and you will have, if you're fine with it, you have 5 minutes to share with us what Europeana's response was during this crisis, what you did, and specifically in relation to the 3D content that you made available through the platform, and also the support you gave to cultural heritage institutions. So could you please share with us your experience from this intense period?
Yes, thank you, Rihanna, and hi everyone. Great to be here. I'll keep it short. So, in preparing for this meeting, I started thinking, what does resilience really mean? It's an interesting and complex word. So I have three thought starters that I'd like to share in relation to that. So when I think of resilience, I think of, how elastic are we to absorb shocks in general? How well are we prepared to jump back in shape after a crisis? Now, of course, that crisis has both immediate, midterm, and longer-term effects. So, as we've seen from the statistics from Julia, the short-term reflexes of this sector were immensely positive. I think museums, libraries, archives, they all jumped to the plate. Digital became immediately something that everyone started engaging with, and that was great. We've seen some really great examples. Now, it also highlighted, that's my own observation, I don't think there's statistics about it, that the most appealing expressions of digital on the web were from the bigger museums. They were well funded, very immersive. 3D was a large part of that and was fantastic. I think in the next phase that we're now in, we need to be very mindful that there's this immense long tail of institutions. 60,000 of them we gather in Europe. And how do we support them in their digital transformation, digital change? So one of the things we've done with Europeana was start investigating what is the capability gap that starts to emerge right now, and how can we support that as a network? Because in my opinion, in this next phase, the strength of how resilient we are will depend on how strong the network is, the fabric of the larger sector, rather than the individual institutions. So we're very happy. We are going to launch a series of workshops to really tease out from the people on the ground, from a wide variety of institutions, what is it that you need most? And we're going to create workshops and so forth in order to support that. Now, like I said, networks, I think, are really important. We talked about the relationship between cultural heritage and tourism. I think that's another aspect of resilience. How well are we able as a sector to contribute to the other issues that Europe is facing? Now, tourism being an important one of them. Of course, Europeana and its network are very willing to support that initiative to see how we can get tourism, in the circumstances, back on track. Now, that sounds easier said than done, of course. I think there's a lot of ambiguity still in, what kind of tourism are we talking about? I think the buzzword at the moment is proximity tourism. The tourism, not that you need to fly away for long flights, but what happens in your own backyard that you weren't aware of. So in a way, we're talking about the long tail of cities and tourist places, and how do we highlight those gems in Europe? And I think that is an incredibly interesting challenge that we all face, and we're very excited to be part of that. Now, let's go back to 3D. 3D, of course, is one of the most attractive media because it's immersive. We see it becoming very mainstream on the one hand. I can, with Google's help, illuminate artificial intelligence animals in my room with my phone, which is great. Facebook recently allowed me to create 3D images out of a 2D photograph that I post. So there's clearly an attraction to it. But we also need to realize that this is a very emerging field. I know Kate Fernie will talk a bit more about this later on. There have been some studies, she's been leading one. There's some big challenges, even more than just general digitization. This is a super complex field, photogrammetry, point clouds, and so forth, huge amounts of data, very little standardization going on at the moment. Even bigger rights issues and more complex rights issues than before. So I think their resilience means how well are we able to create platforms such as the competence centers that have already been talked about, so that we can collectively support our sector to deal with this. The final remark I'd like to make is I think we need to be careful not to be too myopic into the immediacy of what's going on. I think we need to, as Europe, we owe it to ourselves and to our sector to have a longer term view on 3D and how we can support Europe. And in that respect, I'd like to just note that, when we talk about 3D at the moment in cultural heritage, I think we're very often have in mind 3D objects, but still designed for 2D platforms, websites, Facebook, Instagram, and so forth. And I think it's really important to also consider that 3D platforms, immersive platforms aren't being developed at the moment. Places that we will interact with artificial intelligence goggles on our heads or whatever, where the physical and the digital will blend. And that's not too far away from us. That's a 10-year trajectory that we need to look at. Yeah, this is where projects like Time Machine have already developed, big plans. And I think we need to continue to invest also in that type of resilience for the longer term future. So, Brianna, those were the 3 things that were on my mind under the shower when we all have our best ideas. So, thank you.
That was a very productive shower then, and a creative one. Thank you, Harry. So before we close this session, I will give the floor back to Roberto to really share with us what the highlights that you retain from all our speakers. And Roberto, as we are running already late, I think you have a minute for that.
Yes, of course, but I just say a few words about 3 elements. The first one is some warnings that we received from the last speeches, particularly from Luis and Julia, about the necessity to be aware of a proper balance between quantity and quality in the use of digitalization, and beware not to replace. This is very important. The right balance between quality and quantity is beware not to replace. But also, what we learned from Julia and also from Bogdan is an encouraging picture about a substantial maturity in the use of digital applications. I heard, it was very interesting when Julia said that there is no competition. We have quite mature for using both digital and reality and to combine them, adding something, not changing, not replacing, but adding. And finally, it's very important what Harry said about a lot of opportunities we have, a lot of new things to use, a lot of potential application of digitalization, 3D, and so on. But also still a long way to go. There is a lot of things to do, especially in the field of standardization. You know very well what I mean, because your unit is working on that, and the standardization is the next challenge. But I have seen an encouraging picture. The initiatives of museums are very interesting, and they are very mature. They know how to use the digitalization. This is not something strange. It's something familiar. That's all. Thank you.
Super. So that was very well summarized. So thank you, Roberto. Thank you to all the speakers for your very valuable insights and lessons learned. So before we move on to the next session, which is going to deal about this recovery, so the second phase, we will take a 5 minutes break. So it is 11:27 and we reconvene at, let's round it up, at 11:35. Is that fine for you, Roberto and Marco? Because I don't see you anymore, Marco.
Yes, I think that Marco can take the floor for that.
All right then.
Yes, of course, it's fine for me. See you at 11:35.
All right, thank you. See you later.
See you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello again, everyone. Good morning again, and welcome to the second session of this morning, which is about recovery, about how 3D technologies can help to overcome the consequences of the crisis and move on to a new, better, and more sustainable normal. It is another crucial aspect after the first session because we may be exiting the acute immediate crisis, but tourist flows and other activities are still far from being restored. My name is Cristian Brașoveanu, and I am a policy officer in the same unit as Rehana, the unit dealing with Digital for Cultural Heritage at the European Commission's DigiConnect. And I will be co-chairing this session with Marco Medici, who is assistant professor at the University of Ferrara and the member of the team behind Project Inception. And in this session, our other speakers are Ismo Malinen, who is Chief Intendant for Archives and Information Services at the Finnish National Heritage Agency, Thomas Flynn, who is Cultural Heritage Lead at Sketchfab, a leading platform for publishing 3D and virtual and augmented reality content, Jonathan Chenla, Chief Technology Officer at Econem, an innovative company in the field of 3D digitization, in particular of large-scale cultural heritage sites. Daniel Plettings, the CEO of Visual Dimension, another innovative company with extensive experience in virtual 3D reconstruction and interaction with digital heritage. And Laurent Grumiaux, who is executive producer at Fishing Cactus and is an expert in virtual reality and video game development. So welcome to all of you, and thank you so much for your participation this morning. This session is in essence about how 3D digital technologies can help to mitigate the impact of the crisis in the context of a longer, prolonged period of reduced mobility. It will be about new ways of exploring and using our cultural heritage, what can be done in the shorter term, and what are the most effective technologies available. But to introduce the topic in more detail, I will give the floor first to Marco Medici. So the floor is yours, Marco.
Thank you very much, Christian, and welcome to all our speakers for this session. And I would like to start in this way. Someone says that after this crisis, when we'll have a vaccine and we'll be able to definitely exit the lockdown, or however any current limitation to our mobility, we'll be back to normal. Of course, we'll need to face a recovery period, and the economic recovery may be the most difficult to gain, but at the end of the day, we'll aim to a normal that will look so similar to what we experienced in the last few years. Someone says that. Well, to be honest, I do not believe in such a narrative, and I do think that we should take the chance for a big jump into the future, into new normal. This is the recovery that I'd like to see. You may say I'm an optimist, but if you noticed, the previous session basically confirmed that. Indeed, while facing a total lockdown, we discover ourselves that we are capable of big projects, and we capitalized on the value of the digitization efforts in the last years. The presentation, I would say from all the speakers of the previous session, basically confirmed that. Indeed, it clearly emerged that digital content is not competitive, as Roberto was highlighting even at the end of the previous session, is not competitive with the actual asset. I would say, being it a statue rather than a building, or a painting rather than an artifact, but basically it's complementary. And in particular, when it comes to 3D, I think that the range of extended experiences, as Harry was highlighting, the range of extended experiences that could be offered is quite wide. I mean, from immersive environments to an unusual visualization that can, for instance, magnify a small object, explore what is inside, if we are talking about an object in a museum, or either part of a building, for instance, exploring its historical evolution. Those are actions that cannot certainly you cannot certainly do with the actual asset. So we do need the 3D digital content. And European projects, or the most innovative cultural heritage institution, already showed us that what I'm talking about is definitely feasible. But are we currently, this is the question, the main question, are we currently investing in this opportunity in a significant way? Or did we find ourselves regretting not having digitized enough in the last years? I think that our speakers can definitely help us in sorting out an answer. From my side, what I can say, I would like just to highlight a few crucial points, both from the theoretical and the technical perspective. Just three of them. First one, 3D could be used for small objects as well as for buildings. And even at the building scale, we can range from a small church to a vast archaeological site, for instance. Capturing technologies differ from one case to another, and the workflow to make the content usable and effective online is so different. Time-of-flight scanners or structure from motion algorithms, just to name a few of them, results in a totally different working files. Or let's think about specific sectors that have their own standards, like BIM for buildings, where shapes and information merge together. But allow me a kind of oversimplification. A lot of times, the final product published online is just a 3D mesh model. And so is this way of joining a content online different from buildings to object, or do we have a kind of common ground? So this is one thing to reflect on. Second, maybe the 3D model isn't enough. And for this reason, we need to focus not only on the 3D content itself, but rather on how it can work as an aggregator of content. I do think that the integration between the 3D and the semantics, for instance, is a key factor in the development of an effective and valuable way of assessing and understanding 3D content online. In fact, this is one of the starting points in the development of our Inception project, for instance, having noticed that the massive amount of semantic data already available at a lot of cultural heritage institutions. And this could be an effective way to avoid the risk of replicating the reality without including the added value of an interactive object. In other words, it helps creating an effective storytelling and making 3D models more engaging. And storytelling is one of the points which we need to focus on. And third, last one, the reuse of content. In this sense, the game industry could play a big role, I think. Virtual reality business is on the rise, and the global lockdown gave an additional push to embrace these emerging technologies, for sure. At the same time, in the last few years, we have seen big software house changing somehow the way we perceive the 3D historical content. I know that everyone is thinking about Assassin's Creed by Ubisoft, of course, where everything has been recreated from scratch using their own research on the topic. But is that something just only for big software house, or is that a potential market for SMEs? Where content created by cultural heritage institution could be reused? Or if not, this recovery time maybe could be the chance, an effective chance to establish a new standards, a new way of integrating and creating 3D digital content in the sense that could be actually reused by the industry, isn't it? So summarizing, the variety of 3D content, the importance of aggregating contextual data, and the possibility of reusing content in an high impact industry. So this should be, to me, the main points to discuss on for understanding leading principle for the recovery phase. So that's all from my side. So back to Christian for introducing our speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marco, for this introduction. You have touched on many important aspects, including this big question of whether cultural heritage institutions are investing in 3D digital content and what the value added is for them. And we know that some cultural heritage institutions were already increasingly looking at 3D technologies even before this crisis as something that can complement and increase the appeal of the physical on-site experience. So in this context, I want to turn to Ismo Malinen, who represents cultural heritage institutions, who is Chief Intendant for Archives and Information Services at the Finnish National Heritage Agency. In your opinion, Ismo, what are the key factors that should guide cultural heritage institutions in providing more digital cultural heritage in 3D? can online presence in 3D steer or influence somehow the interest of people in physically visiting museums and sites, for example? The floor is yours. I think you'll have to unmute your microphone, Ismail.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Christian, and greetings from sunny Helsinki. And well, I will be talking about recovery and 3D. And first, some good news. Many of you have already heard, but most museums in Finland are going to be opened next week. And we are really waiting for visitors to visit our museums and monuments and sites. And one good example, I'm really keen to see this exhibition. I'm hoping that you can see my background. I have some images of a new exhibition which be opened in a couple of days in our maritime center in Kotka. It's about Faithful Svenskund. It's about ship battle and battlefield near Kotka and its wrecks. And it's actually, we have been hearing about this added value of 3D, and I think this exhibition will be a good example of putting original objects and using 3D in good way to add some extra value to visitors. So this is the best way to use 3D in museums. I will be talking later about your second question, Christian, but I will first answer, I have some ideas about these factors which are important in guiding an increased digitization. And I put some topics on my slides. So Marco, perhaps you could show my slides. Many of them have been talked and discussed already today, but repeating some of them, I think it's worth. So next slide, please. So I think it was Gail who already mentioned this, rethinking our strategies, because I think we are talking about now digital transformation and 3D. So because of this COVID crisis, I think most of us, if all of us, has to at least somehow to rethink our strategies connected to digitization and especially to 3D, and of course also our vision. And in rethinking this, I think it's really important to keep in mind that 3D should, and its use in museums and cultural heritage institutions, should be a solid part of our processes and actions, not something we just has to do because everybody else is doing it. So we have to be really careful to keep in mind what and who we are doing and using 3D in museums and monuments and sites. So this needs, I think it's something we have to be keeping in mind, and there are different needs from different target groups, internal and external groups. And when we are talking about needs of those target groups, one really important question and issue is question about ownership and power. I don't have any ready answers to that, but I think this is something we have to think in our strategies. Who has the power to decide, for example, what we are going to digitize using different kind of 3D technologies? And actually this is who owns the 3D and decided what kind of objects will be digitized. Second is, of course, resources. I think Julia mentioned the very difficult situation about museums in general. So I will be talking again about resources. It's about money, but mostly it's about know-how and knowledge. I think we already have lots of knowledge in different groups and networks, and this networking will be even more important in future. We have lots of expertise in nationally and internationally, and one good example of this collaboration, I think know-how and collaboration goes together, so is best practices. And one example of best practices is what we were doing here in Finland last year. Our Ministry of Education and Culture gave some money for different museums to start doing and experimenting with 3D, and we organized a group of these museums and discussed our practices and guidelines, and these kind of discussions nationally and of course internationally. I think this European 3D task force is a good example. I think we will be hearing more about it later. This kind of action groups and discussion groups and networks will be really important in the future. But in general, when we are talking about 3D and recovery and its increased digitization, the most important thing, I think it's really important question, is that we have to know the whole process and think it properly before starting to do anything, because two-dimensional digitization, it's really expensive if we do it in massive ways. So when thinking about 3D, it's really expensive, takes resources, and when we are doing it, we will have to think about this long-term preservation. I have some examples later, but if we don't think this long-term preservation before starting to do 3D, I think there's a risk of losing lots of data and information, and especially in time of crisis, for example, this COVID crisis, and hopefully there's no such things later, but we have to have access to this information and data, and this means that we have to have good solution for long-term preservation and preservation in general. So we need collaboration in this too. I think this competence center and competence centers are good start for that. And we need also guidelines. This Commission guideline of 3D, it's good start, but I think we need more comprehensive guidelines, and in this we need also collaboration, because it's waste of resources to do even this comprehensive guidelines in locally or nationally. I think there's already existing good practices and best practices, so I think we should share these even when doing these more comprehensive guidelines. And as this 3D technology, it's quite expensive and takes resources, I think eventually we have to prioritize, and that needs good planning. And I think next slides, please, Marco. So this prioritizing and increased 3D digitization, of course, means that we have to have proper solution for long-term preservation, and if we want to start mass digitization, we have to have really rethink these processes and priorities. I put this CSC as one good example of existing best practice or existing resources for long-term digital preservation. It's a non-profit state enterprise in Finland with digital preservation services, and it serves as repository for data from various national cultural heritage institutions, including Finnish Heritage Agency. But again, there's still we are missing some services because they at the moment can't take our 3D data for long-term preservation. So this kind of problems have to be solved before starting, let's say, mass digitization or massive or increased 3D digitization in cultural heritage institutions. But I know that there will be solutions, and so I'm really hopeful. So then about these priorities, and I think, Marco, next slide, please. So I put some of these priorities, I think they are quite general, but I don't know who was it that already mentioned this cultural heritage in danger, but I think if our resources are limited, so we just cannot start doing 3D of everything, every collections, every buildings, every monuments and sites. So we have to concentrate. And so I would put this cultural heritage first. But again, as we are recovering from COVID-19, so this public use and their needs are, of course, important. So we have to find some kind of good solution serving both public use and our internal use connected to this cultural heritage in danger or research or conservation. We all know this Notre Dame, but there's lots of, for example, wooden buildings around Europe and especially in Northern Europe. There's two images of, building at our open air museum in Seurasaari, and these are good examples for already done digitization, 3D digitization. So this kind of priorities are still, of course, important in the future as well. So next slide, because I think this example is a good example of combining these needs and priorities. This is again from Seurasaari Open Air Museum, and it's a 3D model, or it's doing this model of a windmill which was built in 1894. It was not accessible to visitors before, and still it is not accessible to visitors. But as its wings has to be restored, and our organization planned to rewrite a new guideline for restoration of the windmills. So these needs and priorities were combined, and this again is a good example of doing something by yourself and outsourcing or using extra services, because we at our National Heritage Agency, we can do photogrammetry, but for example, laser scanning, we don't have capabilities to do that. So we used a Finnish company to do this 3D modeling of this windmill. So this kind of expertise and know-how, you have to know what you can do yourself and what you have to buy from extra companies. That's really important of knowing. So now we have this 3D model, and it's a good way to raise awareness, because that's the next question about how this 3D technology can help, for example, museums to overcome these, well, overcrowded spaces or increase their online presence. So doing this kind of models and putting them online, it's a good way to raise awareness of well, not so well-known museums or monuments and sites. And of course, this online presence and its impact, I don't see any danger in that. Of course, there may be some fear of loss of visits as we put museums virtually, but I think many have thought today already before that, well, they are not competing each other. They are, well, complementary. We have to have both original experiences, this power of original objects and sites. It's so well intensive and important that it cannot have been overcome by putting museums online or using virtual exhibitions. We have to have them both also in future. But of course, this online presence can steer interest of people. I think, well, for example, national parks are a good example. During our lockdown here in southern Finland, there were lots of well, news and dissemination and information about our existing nature parks, and lots of people visited them, most of them probably for the first time, and even some sites not so well known, very badly known before. So this kind of increasing awareness, of course, it guides people to go to these not so well known places, whether museums or monuments and sites. So I think putting them online and, well, doing it using 3D, it's a good way to raise awareness. And in museums, just like this new exhibition in Kotka, we have to use 3D, but do it creatively, because just putting a 3D model in museum environment, it's just not enough. We have to use holograms or whatever form, but using in 3D technology, that's the best way to get the best effect of 3D technology in the future. So I think that's my point of view. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ismail. Yes, of course, the need to do 3D digitization in the best way possible and the right way is, of course, crucial. And you have also mentioned this work with the expert group on digital cultural heritage and the Europeano on those basic principles and guidelines for 3D digitization. And you and some of the other speakers this morning have also been contributing to that, and we appreciate your contribution very much. We also expect that upcoming study on quality in 3D digitization of tangible cultural heritage mentioned by Gail in the morning to contribute in the same direction towards more comprehensive guidelines. We also have with us this morning Thomas Flynn, who is Cultural Heritage Lead at Sketchfab, which I think everybody knows very well, one of the main platforms for accessing and navigating 3D models online. He sees firsthand how cultural heritage institutions use online 3D publishing to get people to engage with their collections and venues, and also how users actually explore and engage with such content online. So can you tell us more, Thomas, about how cultural heritage institutions and users as well do that? What are the main trends that you see? And has anything changed during the lockdown period? Are people more active online also in using 3D resources?
Well, thank you, Christian. Can you hear me okay? I have quite a voice.
Yes, it's working fine.
Okay, lovely. I'm just throwing a link to my presentation into the chat, and then I'll present some slides. I'll try and go fairly fast. Excuse me. Can you see this presentation?
Yes, it's visible.
Thank you. So yeah, I'll kind of be giving sharing some of the things that I've picked up over the last 3-4 years working with museums at Sketchfab, but also from my experience working at the British Museum and with other smaller museums digitizing in 3D. This question of how are organizations, not just museums, but other cultural organizations using online 3D to engage with people. Very simply, it's an enhancement to existing online collections, the same way that images are used and presented alongside existing records. Now it's possible to include a 3D embed. And I think this is something we should always kind of keep in mind. Conversation with 3D often jumps to virtual reality and augmented reality, but 3D is just another kind of image, and it's an incredibly useful thing to kind of treat it in a very low-key way, I think, as well. And plenty of museums are doing this. This example here is the Virtual Museum of Malopolska, which is a great example of digitization from Poland, where it's a regional digitization office for many museums in the area. And they have a great process in place for digitization, but also the curatorial process when they publish a model, that what story are they telling, how are they using 3D. It's possible to produce derivative media when you're an organization that's trying to keep your audience engaged online. So here's the National Museums of Scotland using 3D models hosted on Sketchfab to create screenshots, animated GIFs, but also linking to the 3D model itself to engage its audiences with, in this case, the Lewis chessmen, providing different views on the same subject. So being able to look at the cultural resource from every angle affords these possibilities. The same with video as well as animated GIFs. This is a nice story from the Harvard Museum of Comparative Zoology, using existing and new 3D scans of fossils from that museum. Professor Stephanie E. Pierce and the Learning Lab graduate fellow Phil Van Lai developed a new tool for remote learning. So this wasn't just kind of using, like I say, using existing 3D content that had been published online, but it was also an initiative to quickly digitize some cultural resources to be used in online teaching resources. And there are links under all these slides, if you look at the notes, to articles or the projects themselves. So I recommend you have a look, but the feedback from students was very positive. I think keeping a classroom full of students engaged with your curriculum can potentially be quite tricky. And if you can, wow them, create interest using, relevant media, I think that's something valuable that we're seeing happening. Here's a 3D model of one of the Fitzwilliam Museum galleries, a museum in Cambridge. So this is really representing the museum online, and I think there are many more examples of this idea of a virtual tour, digitizing spaces, or as here, creating a 3D representation from existing media using a 3D creative piece of creative software. There are several, I think, takes on the idea of virtual tour, like what constitutes a good tour or a bad tour. Do people want these tours? I think that can be, discussed in many different ways. But I think in terms of recording the environment of a museum itself, showing what's there when you can't see it, I think is a very simple and effective project to undertake. I think, well, I'll come to another point in just a minute. After, when museums begin to open up again, I think it's possible and desirable to make the existing online 3D content work hard for your organization or your institution. So here we have two examples on the left: the National Museums of Sweden, a touchscreen in the Royal Armoury in Stockholm, a touchscreen that's powered by Sketchfab and online 3D viewer. So they're the same models you can see on your phone, but they're using it to feed into a giant touchscreen in their gallery. And then on the right, the Cleveland Museum of Art in the US, using a similar setup, but instead of a touchscreen, if you see in the background, the people there are manipulating a 3D scan of the bowl you can see in the foreground, using physical gestures using a Microsoft Kinect. So I think that's a potential of online 3D, is that it can be turned to different use cases, whether that obviously is augmented reality and virtual reality, or simpler experiences like this. Sketchfab being one of the biggest players for accessing and navigating 3D models online. Developments and trends in the sector that I've kind of picked up, I think there are many, but I've picked out a few here. One important one, I think, is open access, and several of the speakers today have kind of touched on this, like the idea of releasing data, inviting people to reuse it, the dynamic of ownership, who gets to use and reuse the data. And just last week, a project that I worked on in collaboration with Michael Weinberg and Neil Stimler from the NYU Engelberg Center of Innovation, Law and Policy in the US, is a project called GLAM 3D, which is a free and practical handbook for those establishing and developing 3D programs at cultural heritage organizations, going from 3D digitization to open access policy, as well as copyright. They're the kind of three elements that the three authors kind of brought together. It's a developing resource, but it's meant to be very accessible. And I'd like to at this point maybe challenge this idea that 3D digitization is expensive and difficult. I think there are 1,000+ cultural organizations publishing to Sketchfab right now, a very high quality 3D content. I believe in the need for standards and best practice, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But I think it is possible to create 3D content cheaply and effectively. The barriers aren't necessarily as big as you might expect, and obviously it depends upon audiences, the use case for 3D within your organization. But I think it's worth considering the different ways that you can approach this subject. Do you because it's so expensive and difficult, will that just prevent people from engaging and, as we've heard, experimenting with it, or is there an opportunity to look at more affordable and yet effective ways to produce 3D? Another trend, this idea of streaming. This is the Space Shuttle Discovery from the Smithsonian Institution. The high resolution model can be streamed. This is using Sketchfab's massive model support. So the high resolution data set, the full resolution data set, people want to, or organizations want to publish in one go, but allow for lower bandwidth connections and less powerful devices to engage with this media. And so streaming, this idea of only loading what you can see in the viewport at any one time can help with that. Another trend, interoperability and standards, as we've heard. I get the feeling from my work at Sketchfab that there are mutual or conversations happening regarding 3D standards and for cultural heritage 3D happening in Europe and the United States as two large centers of museum practice or traditional museum practice. So I'm one of the chairs on the AAAF 3D community group. I recommend everyone get involved with this, but also there are other groups such as the Community Standards for 3D Data Preservation project, which is mainly a US-based group who are on the verge of publishing standards as they have researched them, and obviously the Europeana Task Force as well. I think there's an opportunity to bring all these different institutions, whether they're large, or whether they're small. I think these groups are there to give everybody a voice. So I hope that that's something people are interested in. Interactivity, this idea, a trend towards not just showing a 3D model that you can turn around, but creating something with more depth. In this case, it's the same 3D model, but we can switch to different multispectral views to show pigment and things like that, created by a company called Rigsters. And I think this is something we'll see more of. We call them, at Sketchfab, we call them configurators, but this idea that you can show and hide, maybe animate, do other things, I think, online as opposed to in an app. I think that's something that is a valuable avenue to explore. And this final one for trends, I think 3D digitization has this wonderful capacity to enable non-physical museums for collections to exist just solely digitally. One of my favorite projects is the Museum of British Colonialism. It's an entirely volunteer-led organization founded to communicate a more truthful account of British colonialism. And it's an online first space. And much of their work, not all of it, but much of their work involves digitizing physical spaces to create a collection online and to put on traveling exhibitions. So this idea that a digital collection can be used to challenge the status quo of what is an official or an estate museum, and as well as the narratives, I think is one of the benefits of 3D. Just to wrap up, has anything changed in the period of lockdown? I think it's as you might expect, this idea of people doing more digital in general includes organizations and individuals producing 3D. Here is just a quick graph from the last year of museum signups on Sketchfab, and from February to May, you can see kind of the increase of signups. This doesn't include, or rather, this is only organizations that have chosen the museum category on Sketchfab. So there are plenty of cultural organizations that aren't museums, but this is an indication of interest in publishing 3D on Sketchfab, which can be inferred as a trend of production and interest in 3D in general for cultural purposes. On the other side, in terms of viewership, we've seen a moderate increase in sessions on the Sketchfab website. So this is showing some data from the whole of Sketchfab, people engaging with 3D content, not necessarily just cultural, but as you'd expect, there's an increase as more people find themselves at home and looking for entertainment or education, as the case may be. Anecdotally, to go back to the museums, I've had several inbound requests to join the Sketchfab Cultural Heritage Program that specifically mention the fact that a museum is closed during the pandemic, and that has been a trigger to investigating new online experiences and presences, which again, it's not maybe too surprising. I'll leave it there. I hope that's some interesting information, but please do click on the link to the presentation and have a look at some of the links, because there's some very interesting projects.
Okay, thank you so much, Thomas. We are running late. So of course, before any application or use, 3D digital cultural heritage content has to be produced or captured first. And for that aspect, I turn now to Jonathan Shanla. He is Chief Technology Officer at Econem, a company that has done extensive work to digitize in 3D large cultural heritage sites, both in Europe and around the world. So Jonathan, could you tell us about the 3D data capturing resources currently available to work with? What is hidden or underexploited? And is there still a gap from data capturing to online use? And if you could please stay within 10 minutes maximum, because we are running late. Thank you so much.
I will. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So thanks for the introduction. Just to give you some context on Econem, I will share with you my screen. So Econem is it working? You can see it?
Yeah, it's working.
Yeah, okay. So our work at Econem is to broaden access to culture by 3D scanning heritage from monuments to entire archaeological sites or cities, with institutions like UNESCO, site managers, Ministry of Culture, or museums. So we are doing that both where heritage is most at risk, like Palmyra or Mosul on this slide, or also where damages are more subtle because of erosion, urbanization, or mass tourism. So we're working in Europe, Southeast Asia, or Africa. So to answer your first question, 3D data can come from a variety of sources, from handheld laser or structured light scanners for objects up to the size of a statue, to laser scanners or photogrammetry for monuments and sites, both from the ground, and now they can also be used in drones. So traditionally, laser scanners have been the most used tool for acquiring 3D scans of monuments, because photogrammetry, which takes as an input multiple photos, sometimes tens of thousands of photos as an input to produce a 3D replica of the site, was behind. Photogrammetry was behind, both in terms of reconstruction time and quality. But with recent advances, both in computing resources and in the algorithms themselves, it's possible to get the same level of resolution with photogrammetry than with a laser scanner. So, and often with a higher texturing quality, with lower scanning times during missions. And in the context we work with, it's often simpler to set up. But it's also very useful when you have the budget to combine both laser scanning and photogrammetry when available. So for the what's a bit underexploited, what's interesting with the photogrammetry is that, as Thomas said, it's a technique which has quite low cost of entry, and it can be more easily transferred to expert research teams. We've trained people, for example, in Syria, in Iraq, Afghanistan, or in Cambodia, and in Angkor Wat. And now the team in Angkor Wat, for example, regularly captures the state of monuments they know best, and they send us updates and regularly capture these sites. So it's a very interesting trend to transfer these techniques, because the fact of transferring those skills, they multiplies the potential of monitoring the sites and monuments themselves, and also multiplies the potential to share that heritage to a broader audience using the web, building interactive stories, using that 3D material, which have often a higher impact on the public. unexploited. It also has been mentioned a lot this morning. Is also there's often a lack. There's a lack we often face with embracing these new 3D documentation technologies as a tool for research and publicity or communication, because restorators, architects often still need to work in 2D because both of a lack of hardware capacity, sometimes competence in-house to manipulate and work with massive 3D data, and also because the need for specific computing capacity, the lack of standardization for 3D data is preventing these professionals to work with that data more often than they could benefit from it. And also it has been mentioned a lot, this lack is more and more compensated by guidelines which were set up and are being set up both by the countries themselves, national institutes, and the European Union for writing the calls for tender by set managers. Concerning the gap between data acquisition, processing, and online fusion, this gap still exists in some cases because the web is meant to address as much devices as possible. 3 models often need to be decimated or reduced in complexity, and these steps, often realized by computer artists, results in lower quality versions of the models. That's okay for objects, but it's not. It becomes really visible for monuments meant to be explored at scale 1, especially. And for these, open standards also exist for the compression, the tiling, the streaming of massive amounts of 3D data, like Google Maps, but in 3D, exactly like Thomas was showing. So you really can share the model with the highest resolution of the data capture using these techniques. We just finished a project with Sketchfab, which made them develop Massive, the streaming technique Thomas just showed you for that very end, and during which we also developed a platform available right now, which we released last month. And this platform is meant to share 3D scan of heritage sites at their highest resolution. And it has an impact both on the research field. You have lots of tools available for experts. It lets experts work remotely and in collaboration with one another with the highest quality data. And it also has impact with the public, which has massively accessed the platform since its announcement last month. And finally, we also now need the right tools to build experiences on top of these 3D replicas. This is just some raw material, but it needs to be exploited. As you said, as several people mentioned, storytelling is key to engage with your audience, make them explore digitally a site in order to invite them physically later on. Can be done today with these technologies. Retracing the history of a site, seeing how people were interacting within the site is also a step in that direction, and we have a lot to take from game designers to that end to engage people with the content. Immersive exhibitions is also a way we build in close collaborations with museums in France, Canada, or Qatar. So, and these exhibitions allow the museums to show both the artifacts, but also the sites themselves. And they had a great impact on their public because immersing the visitor in a distant place using this kind of material or using other technologies like virtual reality can also be a good way to stay connected to a site that was visited once or it's not even accessible anymore. So those are the bits from my side.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Of course, this aspect about how to make full use of existing resources or how to take full advantage after they are produced is another key aspect. And for that, I will give the floor next to Daniel Plettings, who is the CEO of Visual Dimension and has extensive experience in virtual 3D reconstruction and interaction with digital heritage. So can you tell us, Daniel, what your views are on how to make the best use of existing 3D digital resources? What are the best options and which are the tools available for that today?
Yes, thank you. Good morning from sunny Belgium. And thank you also for giving us the floor to speak on this conference. I wanted to talk a bit about an aspect which has had a little bit of coverage up till now, which is tourism. And so let me share my screen. Oops. One second. I should do it this way. No. This share. Okay, can you see my presentation?
Yes, we do.
Okay, good. So, in fact, if we want to talk about tourism and how tourism can benefit, in fact, from existing 3D and existing 3D efforts, in fact, we need to be aware that although at this moment we are limited in traveling and staying, etc., it is still, I think, the intention to go places, because in no way 3D or VR can replace being on site. So it still has too little added value to really replace it. So it is something that is additional to it and very interesting to it. But nevertheless, I think tourism needs to really have the place itself. And that's not always possible. On the other hand, tourism wants people to go on site. It's a business, it's an economic model, so we can't just do that away. And so in this way, I think it is important, while we have periods where there is a kind of limited access to touristic places and to cultural heritage places, that in fact people are kept interested in those sites, in those places, by opening up, in fact, the fourth dimension. The fourth dimension, time, is the only unexplored dimension that we have till today. And that is something that is very important for cultural heritage, because in fact, cultural heritage does have the keys of this dimension. It has the objects, it has the knowledge, it has so many things that can show it. So that means, in fact, that we need people to give a psychological bond, a link, in fact, to those places by showing what those places have meant in the past, what the meaning is of those things, what the added value is of this site. And so let me give you an example of nearly 2 weeks ago, where there was a small project from the Rotterdam Archaeological Museum that got on a YouTube film, and that has in about 10 days, 200,000 views, which is a simple 3D reconstruction. And you would say, how does this happen? Well, it does happen because there, you for the first time in history, you could hear somebody speak from 1,000 years ago. Of course, through all the research which happens, linguistic, etymological, etc., but the researchers are capable of reconstructing the language of 1,000 years ago. And this has got enormous coverage here in Belgium and the Netherlands, because it's in Dutch, of course. But that shows, in fact, what the importance is of such places. Rotterdam today is a big city, but it has under its pavement a lot of other things, a lot of other stories. And that is, I think, what we can bring forward through the resources that we have, because we have so many resources now which are digitized and which are very high quality, with a museum stamp, let's say, with an archive stamp and the quality of interpretation which is behind it. Illuminated manuscripts, paintings, photographs, whatever. Very good video material, for example, from sites. Sketchfab has been mentioned, over 100,000 cultural heritage objects. A lot of historical research that more and more gets public and gets passed is unprecedented. but we need to package it in a way, in fact, that people can experience it, understand it, enjoy it. And that means also that a large part of the cultural heritage objects today are digitized objects, objects that we have and that we can see. But the majority of a virtual reconstruction of the past is not there, or it's not preserved. So that means, in fact, we need to put other resources which we have available today and use them, like iconography, text, everything which we have in archives, and make virtual reconstructions from them to really show what the past was. You see here an image of one of the projects that we are doing, which is just a bakery in the 17th century. None of the things you see on this image comes from a museum. It all comes from paintings, from iconography, from the Rijksmuseum, for example. And that means, in fact, that behind these images, there are stories. There are very powerful, neat stories that people can link to, people can connect to, in fact. And in this way, that is what I think we should be doing, not only by digitizing, which is very useful, but also by virtually reconstructing objects which are not there anymore, which are not preserved. And give atmosphere, link the story to the object. And in this way, like we have done in a European project we just finished in Shared 3D. And these paintings, for example, from the Rijksmuseum, do show us, in fact, what life was in that time. So we can try to recreate that. We can try to make people enjoy that. And in this way, add added value to certain places, to certain museums, to certain collections. And that is, in fact, what we need to do, is connect storytelling to the 3D that we have and the 2D resources that are online now and which are available. And storytelling is something that has been already used for so many years by games companies. Games companies do that. The Assassin's Creed has already been mentioned, and everybody, I think, knows the Egypt and the Greece versions, in fact, of Assassin's Creed, where these ancient worlds are used, are shown, in fact, and are then also possibly used in educational tours by schools. But we need to be aware that Ubisoft, for example, is expanding towards the museum world. They are making now material for the new Pompeii exhibition in Paris. They have made a beautiful reconstruction, new reconstruction of the Notre Dame, while it is still unavailable. HTC, for example, has made a 3D Mona Lisa, not by making the gimmick of, okay, the Mona Lisa lives and talks or whatever. No, she was talking about the new research which has been done on the Mona Lisa painting to reveal certain aspects of the painting which were unknown, and through the studies and the research which has been done on the painting recently, this research has been packaged as a storytelling by the Mona Lisa in 3D herself in front of her painting. Epic Games, for example, has a grant of €500,000 for using 3D digitization from Egyptian tombs and so on, and turn it into games environments. So you see that there is an enormous envy, in fact, that the games companies are very much looking into what we have, what is available of the past, and use that. And that is, I think, what we should do. We should keep this under control. This means, in fact, we should keep this under control, and we should document what we have. If we link all these different resources that we have today, and with the 3D as a kind of hook to keep it together, that is something that we need to document, that we need to store away, that we need to put in repositories, and also that we need to make sure that the skills of the games companies and the storytellers, in fact, can be linked and matched to the researchers. Like I said in the very beginning example of Rotterdam, in fact, that combination is very powerful. So in fact, the funding for example, should go to the combination of 3D, cultural heritage, and storytelling. And the result of that, in a structured, documented way, should go in central repositories, should make sure that we don't lose those things, that they keep being available for the public, for other projects, etc. And of course, like Sketchfab is doing a beautiful job on visualizing those 3D models in all its aspects. So that means also if we make 3D, if we link other resources to that, we should make sure that there is for that 3D a preservation plan, like for the real object, that we keep it using it, that it is a documentation about the object, and that there is also a use plan. How are you going to use this? How are you going to make this available for the wider community? So that is, in fact, to my opinion, what we should be doing to make sure that people, as tourists, can keep their interest in sites and in this way really see what they see today, what has been there in the past. And that is something also we have built now recently. We have made an application, we have made a prototype that you can do both at the same time. You can walk a site of today and switch in virtual reality to the reconstruction and back, like in a real time machine. So that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Thank you so much. You've mentioned several times games companies, so it's fitting now that the last speaker of this session is an expert in game development and technologies such as virtual reality and augmented reality. So I will give the floor now to Laurent Grumiaux to share with us his views about how sectors like that and also edutainment, for example, could better exploit 3D digital cultural heritage content. Laurent, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me fine?
Yeah, we do.
Good, good. Yeah, so my company is 10 years old now, so we are in a phase where we're almost only focusing on entertainment games, but for the first 6 years of our activity, we worked a lot on serious gaming and edutainment. So this is a subject where I can, I think, give maybe a bit of information from both sides. And there's already been a lot said, so I'm going to keep it super short. I think everyone is hungry. But yeah, thanks, Daniel, for the, it's Daniel, right? For the last presentation. You stole lots of my points I wanted to say, so it's okay. But no, what I wanted to maybe add is that as a game development company, of course, we're not a AAA studio. The range of games that we build is just above 1 million euro, so between 1 and 2 million euro, which is considered a very low budget for gaming. AAA studios will often spend over 100 million on a game, so we're not really playing in the same ballpark. But the idea is that usually when a game company wants to recreate something that is historical, well, one, if they have the budget, they will most likely make something that's even more attractive than just let's say a safe copy that you would get from just a reconstructive 3D with the right dimensions. But we do base our work on lots of, let's say, historical sources. So for example, a couple years ago, we created a game for a museum in which they wanted to recreate parts of the elements inside the visit. So we had to recreate like a virtual visit that could be linked to a game, and they had no idea how much this would actually cost, like to recreate the right geometry, to recreate all the objects. And most of the time there's a big discrepancy between how much people think something costs and how much is going to cost in the real life. So I think games company often what they do is, because the quality that they want to reach is so high that there's almost no source available nowadays in terms of architecture or in terms of even conservation, that they can actually just use and even simplify. Most of the time they use that as you would look at a photograph, or maybe they extract the metrics from the data and then they recreate everything using real-time technology or real-time tools. So this is of course very expensive and time consuming. And I've seen lots of projects trying to create some kind of let's say middleware or some kind of automated process to turn these very realistic elements into game ready or game engine ready objects. And most of the time it doesn't really give the results that game developers are waiting for in terms of quality. So there's still a gap there that needs to be breached in terms of how much time and how much money are we still wasting in 2020 to recreate things that already exist in maybe too complex models or too or maybe even less realistic or not realistic enough models. The expectations in our world in 2020 as game developers and especially in players, now that you also have the new generation of consoles upcoming, is that the realism and the photorealism and the quality of graphics that you're expecting today is much higher than it was 5 or 10 years ago. So this challenge is really important to see how we can really bridge this gap between what's existing and what needs to be created. Also, there's a rights issue. Maybe I want to spend a few minutes on that. Is, let's say that you base your work, you want to recreate a game with the Eiffel Tower, for example. Nowadays, almost everything is protected. And I know I heard a few weeks ago that you're not even allowed to take a photo of the Eiffel Tower in the dark if it's lit, because the lighting of the Eiffel Tower is copywritten or something like that. So when you want to make a game, for example, on Paris, I don't think you're allowed to make a game on Paris in the night with the same light. So you have to change the real lighting of the Eiffel Tower to be able to put it in a game, or even to put it on your Facebook profile. I believe it was really weird, like when I heard that. So in terms of games, what's also important to know is that it's a very lucrative business. So if you make a game based on cultural heritage and you make a lot of money on it, and let's say that you have based your work on free items or on things that are widely available, then it also creates some kind of a weird situation in which shouldn't there be a copyright or a royalty on the model? Who owns that? So I know that there's a few platforms that are dealing with that in terms of maybe adding some blockchain copyright attachment and who has the rights to what. I think Sketchfab is doing definitely some of that stuff. TurboSquid and all these things, the people or platforms that provide 3D models that you can sell or reuse, most of the time have a licensed model attached to it. But when it comes to cultural heritage, I think it's still a bit of a dark zone in which that is still unknown. So these are really like things that for me, as a game developer, when we do let's say when we do want to create something that resembles a bit like the past, we usually just use it as a basis for our work. We use it as a basis for our direction, for our research, but we very rarely and almost none of the time do we use the source material inside of our games. So if we can fix that or find a solution for that, I think it would make lots of people happy. And you mentioned storytelling, and I think it's also important that we know what is, because in games, you want to sublime something to the players. You want to make it look more beautiful, even if you set yourself in a historical situation. You're always going to put some storytelling on top. I mean, some people might argue that the Witcher, I don't know if you know the Witcher series, they might argue that it's a really nice game, maybe to get into like all the medieval times and what was happening back in the days. Of course, there's magic and stuff on top, but one might argue that like the way that they forge steel and the way that the horses are mounted and all that stuff is historically correct or close to correct. But so sometimes it's really hard to say, oh yeah, we're going to use a game for a history lesson, because then you're putting all these really cool added artifices on top of what is meant to be reality, and it's not easy to explain to children, like, oh yeah, but by the way, everything he's doing with his hands, all the powers and all the potions that he's drinking that heal him instantly are part of this really magical thing that happens in game. But at the same time, so what I mean is, it's not easy sometimes to say, oh, we're going to use game for culture or for history, and not knowing exactly where the limit is between, is this part of the game or is this part of history? So we're working in Belgium here with a few teachers who use games, and I mean games, and I don't mean serious games. They use market-ready, market-sold games for education, and a big part of their job is to make sure that they teach or they explain to the people who are using these games what is the pedagogical value of the game, what are the history facts that are used in the game that you can reuse, and what is added on top as part of what game makers make. So what is game design, what is a power, and all that thing. And once you know what is what and how to explain that to people, you can actually use off-the-shelf games for education, which I believe is really amazing, and it's been used a lot of times before. So
sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, I know.
If you could wrap up, please.
I'm really trying to be super fast. So just to summarize, because a lot has already been said, I think that I agree completely. I think that game developers and people who work in conserving digital resources can work better in hands. But also I think that, for example, developers of my scale, we usually try to do everything ourselves, but sometimes we might buy some assets just as a basis to do some prototyping and everything like that. And at the moment, there's only a very limited choice if you go to the Unity Asset Store or to the Epic Engine marketplace. It's not clear, like it's not easy to find things that are coming out of research. So for example, like a full rescan of a building, most of the time you're never going to find them on those stores, and it's not easy for game developers to know where all of this information is stored and how to access it. So if we can improve that, that would also be a great thing for everyone. Make it clear where to fetch it.
Thank you so much, and thank you very much to all the participants in this session. A lot of interesting ideas and stories. Marco, I think we have to go straight to a quick break because we are significantly late, and maybe we can start the last session at 1 o'clock sharp. Is that okay?
Perfect.
Okay, we'll take a break, and 1 o'clock we start again. Thank you, and sorry for the delay.
Thank you.
All right, so it's 1 minute after 1, so I think we can start. I don't know if everyone can hear me. I can see.
Yes, perfectly. Yes. We can hear you.
Yeah, okay, fine, because I could still see Marco's image, so I was not sure. So, well, good afternoon, everyone, because we are running so late that this is already the afternoon now. We are going to try to be efficient while still being complete and interesting, which is going to be a challenge, I guess. So it's my great pleasure to share the third session today, which is about the future. I'm Anne Bajar, I'm Deputy Head of Unit in the same unit than Rihanna and Christian. And I will have a co-chair, like everyone here, who is Franco Nicolucci. And I mean, Franco is going to introduce us to the topic in a minute. So I will not take too long for my introduction. Just to say that, as it was already mentioned a couple of times, I mean, this crisis has really shown that we are going towards a new normal. And in this new normal, digital is going to play quite an important role. So the question for cultural heritage is really how we can, I mean, capitalize on this to really make things more attractive, more inclusive, and more sustainable for the future of cultural heritage. Franco, you can start.
Thank you, Anne. And let me start thanking all the more than 300 people still present. There are 400, and now there are more than 300 still following us on YouTube. I hope they grab the sandwich in the meanwhile, because it's going to be a long story. And I will try to make some comments and express my vision on what our scope is. So I am Franco Nicolucci, coordinator of Ariadne, a large-scale European project on digital archaeology. Presently, it is in its second reincarnation, meaning the second turn of funding from the EU, and it's called Ariadne Plus. The project's main objective is to open and share digital archaeological research data and to provide tools to examine, reprocess, and eventually reuse them. As a matter of fact, 3D data are only a very small part of our 2 million archaeological datasets, but we expect to increase them by supporting the creation of institutional repositories. Actually, I'm not an archaeologist, but more than 20 years work on digital archaeology somehow entitles me to some knowledge about the problems and the needs of this important part of cultural heritage. Some 15 years ago, within the EPOCH project, which was funded by DigiConnect, I was one of the creators of the London Charter for Computer Visualization of Cultural Heritage, a set of principles that, in my opinion, still provide useful guidance for visualization. So if you don't know that, you might have a look at it and check if it's still actual. However, I do not believe that age alone, as you can see, I'm not a young guy, age alone is a good argument to support convincement. So let's try to explain my vision with facts. In the last years, we learned how digital technologies may be used for cultural heritage. Antonio Recchia reminded us that 20 years ago, most Italian museums and sites didn't even have a website, and now they are going digital. Digital technologies may mitigate the adverse effects on cultural heritage of human madness. We all remember the destruction of Palmyra in 2016. Effects of human negligence, the big fire on Notre Dame last year, or natural disasters like the earthquakes in Italy, the most recent from 2009 to 2017. But in the last few months, we also learned how people survived to loneliness and seclusion thanks to digital technologies, which substituted socialization with digitization. In these days, when everything reopens, we understand that this substitution can only be partial and cannot replace the natural human tendency to socialize. Most probably, social life will settle on a new combination of real and virtual relationships. However, digitalization for cultural heritage is not just a remedy for disasters or a constant replacement during social distancing. Instead, it is part of the habits acquired during the recent period on which we may leverage to bring cultural heritage to people and people to cultural heritage. 3D technology should make heritage more attractive and interesting for visitors, both for remote visits, which should be considered as the springboard for it, and on-site visits, making them an enjoyable and illuminating experience. Secondly, 3D technology should be inclusive, that is enjoyable for all. In the first speech this morning, we heard about digital divide. I insist that 3D technology should not widen the digital divide between millennials and oldies like me, between the owners of the latest smartphones and those who cannot afford them, between people with disabilities and the others, between those with a high education level and those who have not it. 3D should be considered in such a way that all the differences are, if not overcome, at least do not influence the visitor's experience. Finally, 3D technology should be sustainable in all the meanings of the word. First of all, money-wise sustainability, of course. During the chat on Facebook, there was a lot of questions on this. I have no solution. But the solutions offered to cultural institutions should be affordable for everybody, not only for the larger and richer institutions managing millions of visitors and euros every year, like Pompeii, the Louvre, the Uffizi Gallery. They should be affordable also for smaller ones, which are important because they are the fabric of European heritage. Then it should be technologically sustainable, that is not destined to rapid obsolescence. So no fancy things, but something which is durable. Lastly, it should be environmentally friendly. Of course, this does not mean, as in somebody's misconception, that virtual visits will replace cultural tourism travels and thus reduce the pollution caused by traveling by car or air. This is not imagination. I read this in a manuscript sent to the journal I am editor-in-chief. Of course, this is a mistake, as cultural heritage requires personal contact with the remnants of the past and the cultural landscape of the present. Instead, we must understand that environmental friendliness of digitization consists in the support it may provide to the valorization of so-called minor destinations and to the reduction of tourist crowds in congested areas, often visited only for their iconic meaning as a must-see. So let me close this short introduction by mentioning the relationship between research and content. The temptation of obtaining headlines by throwing some fashionable buzzword into the description of the newest technologies used for cultural heritage is strong. And sometimes I also have to check on. Sometimes this ends up to no substantial result because it has not correctly interpreted cultural heritage values and was only a powerful but meaningless technological exercise, parachuted on an available application domain. Using digital technologies for cultural heritage, and the digitization is of course included, is, as I used to say, is a bicycle for two. It needs the collaboration of heritage experts and versatile technologies. So that's my, these are my considerations, and let's listen to people who is more expert than I am.
Well, I think you are an expert too, Franco, but thank you very much for setting the scene and giving us, you know, the bigger picture about all those things where really cultural heritage can be useful for. And we have an interesting panel indeed to cover those topics with initially 5 speakers, but one of them could not join us this morning, so it will be only 4, but as we are running late, it's not too bad. And all those speakers are going to tackle some aspects that you mentioned about the new challenges, the role that 3D can play in tourism, the immersive technologies, how to present cultural heritage to the public, how to make it attractive, sustainable, and how to make sure that this is done the right way. So we will welcome now our first speaker, who is Professor Paolo Ceccarelli. I hope I pronounced correctly. My Italian is extremely poor. He is professor and president of the International Laboratory of Architecture and Urban Design at the University of Ferrara in Italy. Paolo is going to talk to us about how cultural heritage institutions can be attractive without losing the societal and unique value of culture, because this is, of course, obvious that culture is something special. So how can we include everybody in an active and interesting experience with cultural heritage, regardless of language? I mean, this is a big issue, education, possible disability of the person. And how can we make sure that we find the economic resources for cultural heritage without having to commodifying, meaning to have to sell it, for commercial purposes, because culture should be the gift of everyone. So, Paolo, it's up to you.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you very much for the invitation, and I'll be very happy to try to answer the questions you raised that are very important, and by the way, are not so easy to be answered in a proper way, especially because some of the problems that are coming out when you deal with the communication about heritage and the way of using heritage in a proper way, and not to commodifying heritage is not an easy task, as we know. Anyway, I think that there are a couple of things that I would like to point out. Based on my experience working in different places, I am a planner. And so I had the opportunity even to work on different sites in the world where the heritage was very important and played a very important role in the history of the world, but at the same time had been abandoned, it was in a very bad shape, and it was very difficult to understand what had been going there for 1,000 years or centuries, and so, and was a need to have a much better approach to these problems. But at the same time, the problem of this experience raised a couple of questions that I think are relevant in general, and that should be taken into consideration for, in some way, using in the best possible way the technologies that have developed in connection with the 3D approach and all these things, and the use of digital technologies and so on. The first one is the fact that in some way, obviously, you cannot replace the reality with something virtual. And you cannot replace the direct experience you can make in a place when you go to visit it with a reconstruction. But you can do other things that I think probably many times are not easy to do in the real place when you visit a real ruin or archaeological remains and things of this kind. And this is the fact that you can, through the virtual reality and all the technologies you can use in digital communication, you can stimulate ways of reflecting during this experience on some issues that are very relevant for your own life. So in some way, many times when a tourist go and visit a place, is amazed by a number of things that he can see and so, but sometimes some of these experiences, especially when the tourism is a mass tourism, are reduced just to the most evident and aspect of the reality. So you are amazed by a generic beauty of the place, or maybe something that give you some ideas about the past and so, but many times you don't go deeply into that. And that is one of the major problems of the development of this kind of tourism, because the tourism connected with heritage, obviously is very important, both for the place that have the heritage and the people then go and see them. But many times, as we know, it's very superficial. So in some way, you have a list of places you go to see, you go there and you look at around, you don't understand too much. But apart from that, you don't have from these experiences something that is very valuable for yourself. So I think that probably could be better explored when we use a digitalized technology, because in some way there are possibility of stimulating reflection and thinking. And so to use what is conveyed through a reconstruction of a place or pointing out some aspect that are very difficult to be seen in the reality or things of this kind, just to have you in some way more emotionally involved in what you see, and to use this as an opportunity for further thinking. That I think is in some way one of the lines of work we should be more interested in doing that. That if you are moving in this direction, we go into another aspect that is very important, that many times the reconstruction and the restitution of a place are in some way standard in the sense that are using a language or are referring to a number of values that are visual way of seeing things, of understanding problems and things of this kind, that are according to a sort of international standard. That, by the way, and that is one of the first problems, is strongly biased by values of the culture that is producing this stuff, and basically is based on Western values of seeing things, evaluating them, organizing, thinking about, giving different roles to the different elements of a place, of an environment, or a monument, or whatever. And this, what happens? That then you have a sort of standard, generally shared kind of image of the restitution of a problem, but that does not correspond at all with some of the real ways of thinking by the people going there. And so the way that people coming from a certain kind of cultural environment, having tradition of seeing the space in a certain way, or having the sense of time in another way, and so, and are also used to have these traditional things that were very important by the local culture, the specific culture of that part of the world, have become in some way standardized by the current standards we use in communication or in the daily life or in the commodities. And she, instead, this I think is a loss and should be, and possibly can be recovered using the reconstruction of these places and using the approach through a digital technology in showing things that are in some way understood in different ways by different cultures. So probably what we should explore better is we go and we can imagine to go, I don't know, to see Pompeii, just to have a reference to an archaeological site, and you can see Pompeii in very different ways. The way a Japanese see that are different from the ones that a person coming from Oklahoma see that. And this can, in some way, when you go into a place, is flattened by the fact that you have a sort of very not so sound and deep knowledge of what you are seeing, but that could be instead better explored, having different interpretation of what a place is for different cultures and how can be seen, and pointing out in the different reconstructions and the way of communicating things, using as a key way of reading them or understanding them, some specific key values that are part of the heritage of the culture of the person that is looking at that. And so it's a way, I think that the effort should be to recover at the same time something that was, and is a part of the heritage of a culture that has been in some way lost because of this sort of standardization of many of these cultural elements, and at the same time to use the place that can be in a totally different environment that the person is visiting virtually, to understand the relationship in between the two different cultures and way of understanding things. I think that this is a challenge. It's a very important challenge. It's a very difficult thing in some way to do, but it's worth to be explored. And I think that should be the new line of work for that, because that means then, if you start working on that, that we are able to work out a much more inclusive way of addressing some of these problems. And that is not just for culture in the sense of different civilization and different, I must say, the Indian versus the Japanese, or the European versus the Arabic traditions and so. Is also a matter of different social groups in the same society, and people and different because of different ages, because of different social conditions, because of local differences in local, even local culture, regional cultures, and so with values that are in some way to be recovered through something that becomes a more sophisticated way of reading and understanding things. What has been done so far has been very important, because there are elements that after a great effort of reconstruction, using the best possible information that has been gathered, and so have helped us to make possible to see as something was originally, or probably very similar to the original things, and to recreate a climate of a lost time, but at the same time is something that should be reproduced for the different social and groups and cultural groups and ethnic communities that are in the world, because then one of the resources we have is the fact that you have a cultural diversity, and that should not be lost. So in some way, we have a tool for helping to continue and even enhance in some way this cultural diversity in a general way of seeing things. And that is a part of the recovery of heritage, because the cultural heritage of the different groups participating to an experience and having this experience. And so I think that if you go to Venice and you have an installation of Venice that's standard for an American, a New Zealander, an Indian, a Japanese, and so you are losing many things. That will be much better and nicer to be able, and that is an effort to be in some way experienced, to have to help the Indian to see Venice in an Indian way, to have the Japanese seeing Venice from the point of view of the Japanese culture, and to help him in translating and understanding elements from Venice to its own and different background. And that is what I think is and would be the real, in some way, new frontier for the effort of this, because otherwise it's almost impossible to avoid the commodification of the heritage, because if it becomes something standard, a product on the market, all the same, and so, and obviously becomes banalized in some way. You know, you have to as in any product, you lose in some way the real, more deep and more important things, and things become flattened, interesting maybe, but then very, very simple and useless. And then I think this also should be considered from another point of view. The fact that the virtual reality or many of the new techniques in recreating the an environment or giving better explanation, so are sometimes substituting, if you go in the way we are going now, the real thing, because obviously if we have a reconstruction or we have documents about Egypt and the pyramids and so, and the experience, the real experience where you are going there, it's totally different. But there are other places, and that is especially for many of the archaeological sites, for instance, that is much better the virtual reality than the thing that you see there. I have been working for years in Jericho. In Jericho, it's a fantastic archaeological site, and but Jericho, when you go to see the site, you don't understand anything, and is also something not so exciting because there are stones and pieces of stones and so, and the reconstruction of that could be much more attractive, but that would destroy in some way also the interest for the real place, because you don't go in a real place to see something that you don't understand and is absolutely seems to be absolutely marginal. So in some way, I think that the effort to stimulate the fantasy, your own recreation of a place, emotions connected with the culture you have, is in some way really the big challenge for the use of digital technology in this field.
Thank you.
My point.
Yeah, I'm afraid that I will have to stop you, because it's not that it's not interesting, but otherwise I don't know when we are going to finish. So thank you for this inspiring talk, and how much culture talks to our emotion and our feelings in a way. And I think it's a good introduction for the next speaker and the general session choreography in a way, because the next topic we wanted to discuss was tourism, knowing that basically cultural tourisms represent 40% of the whole tourism activity in Europe. And cultural heritage is, of course, an important component of cultural tourism, which really shows that many of us feel the need to go and visit places and experience it, as you just explained, having feelings and emotions, also thanks to our background. Some places in Europe are very much depending on tourism, and cultural tourism in particular. You know, there are some places where you go exclusively to visit this specific archaeological site that they have there, and if you have not seen it, it's like you would not have gone to this place. So this is really, I mean, important for some regions, economically speaking as well. So we are extremely pleased to welcome the next speaker, with Francesco Palumbo, who is director of the Tuscany Tourism Board, which is the Tuscany regional government agency responsible for promoting tourism in Tuscany. So he's certainly best placed to tell us about cultural heritage as a major attractiveness factor for tourism, and the special social and economic value that it can have on the local community. So Francesco, I mean, the question we wanted to ask you is, how can we take full advantage of digital technology to support this trend and also direct some of such benefits to the cultural heritage institutions which are in charge of this cultural heritage. So the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Today, more than ever, cultural institutions and museums, thanks to the use of digital tools, must guarantee to the audience a multifaceted and accessible offer. Also for Italian cultural institutions, digital is becoming a fundamental resource, both for operating more efficiently and for creating value for stakeholders. However, innovative processes are held back not only by the lack of economic resources, but, above all, by the distrust of operators to evaluate the opportunities their tools can really offer today. In my opinion, to define a possible way to innovate a cultural institution in which we use all the digital potential, it is necessary. First of all, to integrate the process of decision-making at a strategy level for the cultural program. Therefore, it is a means to improve the internal organization. Finally, it can also be a permanent component of the processes of accessibility and use of cultural heritage. Regarding the first aspect, if we use digital only for purpose of communication, for cultural mediation, internal and external communication and promotion, we are doing a deep downgrading of this kind of instruments. Not the digital tools, but the digital logic today is crucial for the decision maker of cultural policies or the director of each institute. It's necessary to be aware that the identity of a museum is a single ecosystem. We are out of time to rethinking the guideline that separate the real from the virtual. For a correct programming, we have to consider the cultural institution as a unique system that reacts to the evolution of its public and to the cultural production. Regarding the visitors, digital should become a new way to activate a long-lasting and stable relationship between the cultural heritage and its public. It is not just an occasional tool used to expanding the ways to involve the current audience or attracting new ones. The goal is to define a different and personalized approach for each visitor who can live a unique and tailor-made experience that is not achievable with other tools, both for contents and methods. We can establish a sort of continuous relationship over time, characterized by progressive steps in a deep processes of loyalty and knowledge of the heritage. First step is to distant approach to the heritage. A second step is during the visit, where we use digital technologies to innovate the traditional tour in a virtual tour. This can expand the use of knowledge dimensions. In the third and final step of homecoming, digital becomes the vehicle for a dynamic connection. It can produce a flow for the dissemination and information and the process of content and cultural products. The museum is projected in the place where people are, in the times in which people live, penetrating life habits and customs. In this way, the museum is projected out of traditional limits. The museums outside the museum create a new imagination and restore the past, giving it a new sense in the contemporary. Thank you.
Thank you for being brief as well. I think that we had a kind of similar message in a way about the importance of having a personalized experience. It's not just about having, you know, a kind of experience digital. It's also about having it personalized to what you are and how you feel. I mean, so thank you very much, Francesco, for this talk. And we are going to welcome our next speaker, who fortunately is going to keep on the same trend, I would say, of discussions, because we are going to talk about visual technologies and immersion now, and how 3D can play a major role in building up engagements and bonds between audiences and cultural heritage, which is exactly what we have here so far. So we are going to welcome Sorin Hermon, who is Associate Professor at the Cyprus Institute, and is an expert in digital cultural heritage research. So I would like to ask him how such technologies can support visitors' comprehensions and participation in cultural heritage experience. And for example, one of the questions we had in mind, which was a bit tackled already, is how do you turn a visit to a kind of set of ruins and stones scattered and all over the place into something which is a real immersive experience of the past? So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Anne, for the very kind introduction, and thank you all organizers for inviting me and very stimulating talks so far. I hope I'm able to keep the same standard. I will share my screen. I prepared the short presentation. Is it okay?
No, we don't see it.
I think, hang on.
Ah, it's coming, loading. Yeah.
Okay. So I put up the question that Anne just mentioned, and I will try to answer it very briefly. Many of the things that I prepared here have been already said, so in a way, I'm just summarizing what you have heard before. Some guiding questions when preparing digital applications are always, what drives visitors to archaeological sites? There are many reasons in that. Curiosity about a place. People want to learn new things. Edutainment and entertainment has been mentioned also. Archaeology has also a sense of adventure. Many people like to be Indiana Jones, and jumping on ruins, always it's a nice thing to do. And also, I think Anne mentioned that as well. People like to reconnect with their heritage. And one of the best way to do that is to visit ruins that talk or are related to their heritage. So in order to enhance such a visit experience, we have to understand a bit how we can help visitors identify themselves with a site. So my previous speaker, Paolo Ceccarelli, talked a lot actually about this aspect of cultural and social contextualization. Also allowing visitors to connect between what they see and their own heritage. We need to provide information in a comprehensible language so people can find relevance in what they hear and meaning. This is something that I'm an archaeologist, but often when I visit museums and sites and I read explanations, I find them very difficult to understand, because often these explanations are in a very strict professional jargon, which I may not be familiar with. Then another aspect relates to how we can raise the interest for further exploration and further investigation. As we heard, heritage is a very multi-dimensional experience, so we should fully benefit from that. We should also be able to personalize the visit of such a tourist. So very often, particularly when visitors reconnect with their heritage, we should build on creating an emotional experience. Also, neither archaeological sites, neither their virtual representations are not dead end. So we should find a way to link between the site in the past and our presence here. I think Daniel Pletniks mentioned it very clearly a few presentations ago. So what we could do, what we can do with the visual technologies? We can offer a transformative experience. So we enrich the emotional charge of visitors. We can change the visitor's view angle of the site itself. So we have to build, and we should build, a participatory experience. So visitors are part of the story. They are not disconnected from it. They are not on top of it, but they are part of it. In this way, reenactment and reconstructions of past experience are crucial. And here we should talk not only about the reconstruction of the physical, but as much as possible, recontextualize also the social aspect and the environmental aspect. Franco mentioned very rightfully providing us access for people with disabilities. This is the virtual access is an ideal platform in a way for allowing access for people with various challenges, and for that we could and we should build very targeted communications. Another thing that visual technologies are very helpful and very suited is to enable a non-linear storytelling. We are not confined to a space-time narrative in the virtual. We can jump back and forth. We can change between periods. Many archaeological sites have a very, very long history of existence for different periods, different cultures, different people. So the virtual enables this kind of travel as well. Another aspect that we have been working quite a lot also with the colleagues is what are we reconstructing? So yes, we reconstruct physical details, but we have to be very careful of what we are reconstructing there, and we have to keep the our scientific integrity and not be afraid to present uncertainties. There are many things that we don't know. There are ways to describe that, and there are ways to visualize that, and we should do so. And then this is another buzzword, participatory heritage. We should allow people, visitors, to contribute their views, their ideas about the site they are visiting. So we, in a way, they feel that they're also contributing to the heritage of that particular place. I have some examples to show, very quick ones. This is a very complex visualization of one building, and it's very interesting to show how the scientists who work on that were able to visualize uncertainties. So here are some solutions to that, coloring in different colors what they know, what they don't know, what they might be, and also visualizing the reconstructed on top of the existing one. Actually, archaeological sites are everywhere. This is something that has been mentioned also in the past. And we should not think of the archaeological site of a place where we see some ruins, because I think also Daniel mentioned underneath many of our cities, there are other cities. So there are many archaeological sites. And this is here, you can see a very complex 3D reconstructions and the time travel in Paris throughout the centuries. So we'll just move fast forward. This is a very nice, in my opinion, application where you see, you go throughout the history of Paris, Paris as an archaeological site, but also as a living place where the 3D shows not only architectural remains, but also environment and society. So it goes on to explain also how buildings were erased, what is the social context of these buildings. So overall, I think it's a great project that has been done already a few years ago. So moving forward, another example of 3D new technologies, this time in Rome. You see here a very complex building. Domus Aurea is underneath some other existing buildings, so we don't see it anymore. And there are several ways to show, to see how digital technologies help us. So here in this down video, there are projections over existing structures, whereas up here, everything is built from scratch. Finally, another example, this time from Spain, from Catalonia. This is, I think, one of the major projects involving digital technologies in the later periods in Spain. And you see on the two windows on the left how the site looks like today from aerial view and how the site looked like in the past. The site itself is open to the public, and what the managers of society did, not only there, but also here, is to create also a digital room. So you see here on the right-hand side, an immersive room where visitors can engage in various activities from the past, see how people lived. And it's also very interestingly, the multimedia products also explain a lot how the entire digital product has been built. So also the behind the scenes. Finally, one of the last examples of using of augmented reality and storytelling in Arapacis in Rome. You see here how the site, actually the monument looks today, how it looked in the past, and how various digital solutions help to enhance the visit. So just to be in time, I put up some basic and concluding remarks. We have a lot of technologies available. We should make the best of them. People, for some reasons, are sometimes afraid to use technologies still, but I think we should be daring. So we should be creative and innovative and try as much as possible go beyond the digital replication of the physical. Very often digital products are just 3D models of an existing one. So, and then they rotate them. This is a bit superfluous, and we can do much more than that. I think it's very important that we understand, we kind of characterize and describe carefully what are the visitor's profile and be able to offer personalized virtual visits. So in this way, we help visitors build their explanation and build their understanding about the site they are visiting. We should always maintain scientific integrity. I'm not in favor of rounding corners when we don't know, but show and put upfront whatever we don't know and find ways to describe what we don't know. We should offer tools for the visitor to explore by themselves and build their understanding. And we heard also that a lot, and there are very good steps towards that. 3D digital representations can and should embed within the virtual environment also meaningful and semantically described explanation. Another aspect that I don't think has been discussed a lot, but it is crucial. Archaeological sites are in a way empty of finds. When we go to a site, we see mostly the architectural remains or very big objects that could not be moved from there, but they were full of people, they were full of object ones. It's very, very important to virtually recontextualize such artifacts. And finally, the 3D and the related media should be continuously kept alive and used and reused for a variety of applications. So I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sorin. Really nice talk once again, and I really like the examples. It gives you the, I don't know, I would like to go there, but we will have to wait until we can travel again. And in the meantime, we can try all those fantastic websites. I think your message was indeed about personalization, but about also how to exploit the technologies as much as possible to make something useful out of it and maybe beyond just a picture. And for that, necessarily, we need 3D. And I think once again, it's a good transition to the next speaker, with Kate Fanny. I mean, she's director at Two Culture Associates, but also chair of the 3D Content Task Force of Europeana. So she has an extensive experience in quality aspects of 3D digital cultural heritage. And I mean, we have seen it already in the last talks that, you know, it's about the digital resources, but it's also about the processing of the data captured and the means of distributing it, sharing it, making it available. So I would like to ask Kate whether she thinks it's possible to convey the discoveries of research to everyone in an enjoyable way for all of us, while avoiding oversimplifications in the presentation or in the storytelling. And what kind of 3D digital context is the most suitable for achieving sustainability in accessing and using digital cultural heritage? Kate, it's your turn.
Hello, thank you very much for the kind introduction. I hope you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can.
You've asked me to focus a bit on research, and I'm building very much on Sorin's presentation. In fact, I had some of the same thoughts that I wanted to bring out. Of course, there are many different kinds of research projects, and normally they're targeted on a specific, with a specific aim in mind. And if you leave communicating the results to the end of the project, it can be very difficult to make that enjoyable and engaging to a broad audience. So it's important to, wherever possible, to think about how you're going to be sharing the results of a project from the beginning, not to leave it towards the end. If you do start thinking early, there can be some quite creative possibilities for interacting with and engaging with people who are interested in your research outcomes. I guess one of the main goals is stimulating and engaging people so that they will dig deeper. And one of the ways of doing that is by giving them opportunities to actually share their insights and their thoughts on the cultural heritage that you're digitizing or that you're researching. And there are some nice examples of projects which have been working with specific communities, inviting to bring cultural heritage objects along to sites and digitizing those at the same time as carrying out a work on a building or a site itself, so that there are ways of inviting them in and getting them actually involved in the project itself. There are other examples of research projects where we see citizen science in action, and there are researcher teams who are working with people who are going out and doing working on coastal heritage, capturing sites which are under threat of destruction or decay, where you absolutely need people who are locally on the ground, who are able to visit something at very short notice and to record those sites. We know that there are plenty of technologies around that allow for that type of engagement. But of course, that doesn't describe every type of research projects, and some are much more based in the laboratory, where it's perhaps, if you're involved in a very academic research, you may not want to share your results too early. But I think it is possible and important to think about how to engage with others, because the purpose of the research is lost if you're not encouraging people to follow your thinking and to actually build on your results, to do new research or new learning of their own. We've heard quite a lot today about tourism, but I really wanted to say one of the changes that we've seen as a result of COVID-19 and the crisis has been the use of digital resources in online teaching, not only for school children, but also for students in universities. So one of the new uses that we're seeing of 3D digitization of archaeological and other types of objects is in teaching students how to identify, giving them access to reference collections, which they physically don't have at the moment. But this is a long-term trend, and it's a change that we're seeing in the way that people are accessing learning. So I think it's very important with all projects to actually remember that there are many different potential uses for the outcomes that you have. And the second part of my question was, what are the best kinds of 3D for doing these kinds of activities? And I speak quite often about standards, about best practices, about metadata and these kinds of things. And it's really important in the context of 3D to look for open, sustainable technologies, to aim to create content which has a chance of longer term preservation, a chance of reuse. It's not ideal to be using technologies that are locked into particular platforms, which are not easily portable or adaptable to other forms of applications. So if we're talking about projects where we want the outcomes to be sustainable into the future, then this means that the content that's created has to be available in a more standardized format. It has to be licensed to allow for reuse, and also it has to be very well documented. 3D content doesn't exist on its own in an island. It's part of a piece which involves other forms of digital documentation, images, texts, sound recordings, people's accounts of their visits to sites. It involves reconstructions, drawings, all different kinds of media. And often the most powerful and most engaging 3D content is that which invites you to explore and to look at other resources. So not a sort of some kind of fly-through or video presentation of a site or a linear story, but something, a non-linear experience that allows you to discover something for yourself, to go to and look at other kinds of media. So I just wanted to end by saying that the most suitable kind of 3D is content that's captured to a high standard, is well documented, and it's made available in open formats which allow for reuse outside of the original project which stimulated its creation. And that's not always an easy thing to do, but there's a challenge.
Okay. Thank you very much, Kate. I mean, I think in the Commission, we can only agree with you on the need for standards and guidelines and how to make sure that things can be interoperable and reused. So we certainly support this idea. Thank you very much for sharing it with us as well, which is a good introduction to the couple of sentences that I wanted to say to close this session. We just wanted from the Commission and especially from DG Connect, where we are working, to reassure everyone that this workshop is just not one isolation effort lost somewhere. We are really working hard on the 3D issues, and they will become more and more important, most probably in the near future. You probably already noticed that in the Declaration of Cooperation signed by member states last year, we highlight a lot 3D and, for example, guidelines and standards and reuse, as Kate just mentioned. But more work is to come, especially at the light of the current crisis, which has clearly shown how much we can use digital technologies, not only for having cool meetings on Zoom or YouTube, but also to access our favorite places in the world, to still discover things and kind of talk to our emotions, as we discussed so much today. So in the next funding round, what we call the framework program starting next year, cultural heritage will definitely be there. I mean, the details are not known yet, the budgets are not known yet, and you can imagine that with the crisis coming now, there are a lot of discussions, but we have certainly proposed digital cultural heritage as one of the important topics, in particular 3D technologies, both in Horizon Europe, where we have a dedicated clusters for culture, creativity, and inclusive society. So that's really what we discussed today. But another program is Digital Europe, that probably you already heard about as well, which will be the first pan-European digital program. And in the area of digital for cultural heritage, we have proposed to continue to strengthen Europeana. This is obvious that this is needed, to invest in digital transformation of the cultural heritage sector as a whole. I think something that we all agree it's needed, with a focus on 3D technologies, tools, and skills. So I'm going to close this session now by warmly thanking all our speakers and all the people who are still listening to us, despite the fact that this is 2 o'clock now. So thank you to everyone for their time, their contributions. And I would like also to give a special thanks to Inception and Ariadne, the 2 EU-funded projects that have put a lot of effort in organizing this event. And we are very grateful for that. It was very interesting and very timely. So thanks to both projects and all the people involved there. And I would let now Franco, who is indeed the coordinator of Ariadne, to close the session and to close the event itself. Thank you, everyone.
Well, I don't like conclusions, because conclusions mean something ends, and I consider this as a starting point, not as an end point. There was I don't know if you could follow it, I followed it until I didn't share. There was a vibrant discussion on the YouTube chat, posing very interesting questions. So this supports us to continue with events like the present one, more focused on specific aspects. For example, many people us to discuss about funding and financial aspects of the digitization. So I would like to thank the European Commission for supporting this event. It was their support was key to carry it out. And I would like to thank the 240 people who risked starvation to follow us until the end, and all the speakers, of course, particularly Gail Kent and Antonella Lecchia. And yes, we addressed many issues. We didn't give many answers, but a good conference is one in which people end with more questions than they had when they started the conference. So it's I think it is a good success indicator. And so goodbye, everybody. We'll see you again on this screen soon, hopefully also in person, I hope, but this is a good way, is one of the few good outcomes of this bad experience we have had recently, that people can get in touch and communicate more easily and more quickly using internet and the remote connection. So it's a goodbye to some time. We will let you know if there is anything well coming to our mind. We are looking forward to suggestions from all of you to continue this kind of consultation and discussion among us. And okay, good appetite for lunch.
Goodbye. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye,
Bye.
everyone.
Bye. Thanks.